it without it.
All right, we're good to go.
All right, fantastic. Again, good afternoon. We are here for the November the 17th special call meeting and executive session, followed by the commission meeting at 2 o'clock. We hereby call this meeting to order, and Chair recognizes Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Item 1, oath of office, Administrator Odie Donald II.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the Augusta Commission, Attorney Brown, and our Clerk of Commission, and to the general public who's tuned in, we're incredibly excited to welcome to the city of Augusta, Georgia, our new administrator, Mr. Odie Donald II. Today, we will be conducting the oath of office for the said position of Administrator of Richmond County, and also a loyalty oath for the state of Georgia. We will do that. Mr. Donald, welcome. I hope that you are prepared and ready to begin this journey officially.
Absolutely.
We are looking forward to it. I know that the city certainly is looking forward to it. In advance of conducting the oath of office, I want to say this to our interim administrator, Mr. Jarvis Sims. Thank you for your leadership during this past year and several months. You have stepped in, Jarvis, and done a yeoman's job to not only bring us to this place, but it has not gone unnoticed. Your quiet leadership has helped us get to this point that we find ourselves in. And we as a city, and certainly the Augusta Commission, we appreciate that. And we thank you for that. And I think it's appropriate. I'll give you an opportunity to say a few words before we move into that next phase of our official oath. Mr. Sims.
Hearing commissioners, it was an honor and privilege to serve as the interim administrator. I look forward to working with Mr. Donald and continuing the great path that we have here in Augusta.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. And if the members of the commission would join me in thanking Mr. Sims for his incredible work during this period of time. Fantastic. If we were the Augusta National, we could have piped in real crowd noise and kind of like the NBA bubble, and the clapping would have been a lot louder, Jarvis, but we don't have all of that technology. But again, thank you. And I sincerely mean that. Thank you for stepping in and supporting the city of Augusta during this time. Mr. Donald.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready, sir?
Absolutely.
Again, I believe you have a copy of the oath. We're going to do the oath first, and that is the official oath followed by the loyalty oath.
All right.
All right, if you'll repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Odie Donald II,
Solemnly swear
solemnly swear
or affirm
that
I will truly and faithfully
I will truly and faithfully
perform the duties of the office
perform the duties of the office
of Administrator
of Administrator
of Augusta, Georgia,
of Augusta, Georgia,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I am not the holder
that I am not the holder
of any unaccounted for public money
of any unaccounted for public money
due this state
due this state
or any political subdivision
or any political subdivision
or authority thereof,
or authority thereof,
that I am not the holder
that I am not the holder
of any office of trust
of any office of trust
under the government of the United States,
under the government of the United States,
any other state,
any other state,
or any foreign state,
or any foreign state,
which I am prohibited
which I am prohibited
from holding by the laws of the state of Georgia,
for holding by the laws of the state of Georgia,
and that I am otherwise qualified
and that I am otherwise qualified
to hold said office
to hold said office
according to the Constitution of the United States
according to the Constitution of the United States
and the laws of Georgia,
and the laws of Georgia,
and that I will support
and that I will support
the constitutions
the constitutions
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state, so
And
help
of
me
this-
God.
and of this state, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Donald, the loyalty oath. State of Georgia, County of Richmond. If you'll repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Odie Donald II,
a citizen of Augusta, Georgia,
a citizen of Augusta, Georgia,
and being an employee of Augusta, Georgia,
and being an employee of Augusta, Georgia,
and recipient of public funds for services
and the recipient of public funds for services,
rendered as such employee,
render as such employee,
do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
and affirm
and affirm
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of Georgia.
and the Constitution of Georgia.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank
Congratulations, Mr. Donald. Welcome to the city of Augusta.
you. Thank you. Excited to be here.
Outstanding. You are now officially the administrator of Georgia's second city. The godfather of soul, James Brown home, the home of the Masters Golf Tournament, the home of the cybersecurity capital of the nation, and the most important city in the globe. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you'd like to say a few words, Mr. Donald.
Well, yeah, listen, Mayor, I'd just like to say I am extremely honored to be appointed as the administrator. I thank not only you, but the commission for your unwavering support, and I'm excited. You know, I heard you say, you know, Georgia's second city, but, you know, I think with a commission like this and citizens like we have in Augusta, you know, it is Georgia's most important city, and I'm excited to work with the dynamic team of staff as well as our outgoing and incoming commissioners to make Georgia, this Augusta, Georgia, exactly what they see it as. And so I'm thankful for the opportunity, and me and my family are excited to become citizens of Augusta and bring your vision to fruition.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We are excited. And again, documents are being executed. And with that, we are ready to proceed with the business of the people. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next will be our legal meeting, Attorney Brown.
Attorney Brown.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission, and welcome, Mr. Donald. We will request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of litigation, real estate, and personnel.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, Commissioner from the 8th with the motion, and the Mayor Pro Tem with the second.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son. He's muted, sir. Can he?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son, okay. Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis out.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to transition into closed session. Jeff, take us away.
Got it. No, I'm gonna end up staking. Do you have any paper clips? Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Somebody need to mute themselves. Miss Bonner, y'all need to hold up down there.
Well, you all ear hustling.
Everybody still hustling. Dennis had got close to the screen.
And why you gonna bring me in that mess? I ain't say nothing. Not talking about dinner.
I didn't know I worked with ear hustlers.
No, Ben had his on. He hear everything.
He had his Mickey Mouse ears on.
What he don't hear, he see or make up.
Oh, that's from being a politician too long.
Is that what it is? Okay. These last 2 years gonna be hell then.
Oh my goodness. Armageddon?
Close to it. Long 10 minutes.
Commissioner from the 6th. Can
Yes,
you hear me, Commissioner from the 6th?
I can.
You know, the commissioner from the 9th said that my legal skills were not going to be enough today. Tell him that we're waiting on the real attorney then.
And who would that may be? Wayne Brown?
Attorney Brown. We're waiting on the real attorney.
I know you got Fenoy's attorney. You got Sayers.
Oh, those are junior attorneys.
You got a couple on them. Commissioner Williams may be in there itself. Matter of fact,
Yeah, those are,
Excuse me, let me interrupt y'all there.
those are junior attorneys.
Harvard is not a junior attorney.
Fenoy and Marion, they're from the same firm.
She sat down, got away. But later on, I found out when I was talking.
Guys, you know I know you're an attorney, so you may tell somebody else that.
Sure.
I'm proud of that, that's all.
Huh?
Not a problem.
Oh, okay. I thought you were denying it.
He's from the prestigious law firm of Perry Mason. We know that.
And never lost a case.
Hey,
I'm pretty sure that's the law firm of Bull.
Ben Matlock never lost a case either.
What that number 8? You trying to say all these folks talking about they own a bull market, they full of it?
I guess y'all haven't watched the modern TV show called Bull.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about as well. Yeah.
Miss Mayor.
That's
Yes,
on Monday night at 10.
I believe we on. I
CBS.
believe we're live.
We are live.
Oh,
We absolutely are live, and the citizens of Augusta and the world are seeing the commissioners not wrangling with each other, but just laughing and, you know, just having good banter back and forth.
Okay.
So the attorney had to spoil it, huh?
one of the things.
They can see the jovial nature of this commission.
Y'all cleaning it up, man.
We are.
Yes. No babies being split, no gnashing of teeth and wringing of hands. Absolutely.
We're ready.
All right, very good. All right, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, Commission will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Franum's muted, sir.
He's muted.
Okay, Mr. Franum, affidavit?
He said yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes,
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams? Is he around?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Marion Williams.
It took away my New York and my big upper east
Down.
part of the country. And I still-
That motion carried with Mr. Marion Williams out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, we'll request a motion to approve a settlement of claims and for the adoption of a resolution of claims in the matter
This year, anything but.
in the matter of Verdi versus Investigator Grant.
Okay, suspend. Commissioner from the first, would you please turn your television down? All right, Attorney Brown, continue.
Verdi versus Investigator Grant and others, case number 1:20-CV-30.
Motion, please.
So move.
Second.
Who's that, sir?
Commissioner from the second with the second.
From the set, Mr. Okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion is unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown.
Motion to approve settlement and adopt a resolution of claims in the matter of Ursula Robinson versus Deputy Calvin Swan, SWAN, in the amount of $5,000.
So move.
Second.
That was Mr. Marion Williams and Ms. Davis.
No, Dennis Williams and Ms.
Dennis.
Davis.
Dennis.
Voting.
Okay, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Attorney Brown.
Motion to approve a lease agreement between I Feel Good LLC and Augusta, Georgia, pertaining to the real property located at 925 Laney Walker Boulevard, Augusta, Georgia.
So move.
Second.
I need a second on that, Ms. Mayor. I said there were several.
Dennis Williams. Dennis Williams.
Second.
Okay,
Second.
okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir. Just a moment.
Okay.
Okay. Motion to approve an annual salary of $146,291.95 for Jarvis Sims as Deputy Administrator effective November the 14th, 2020.
So move.
Second.
Did you get a second?
Commissioner from the 10th gave a second.
Okay.
No, that wasn't me, Mayor.
It was.
Four.
It was me.
Commissioner Bobby Williams?
No, the
Yes,
Commissioner
ma'am.
Science.
Nice. Oh, okay.
It was Bobby Williams.
Well, we've got a first, a second, and a third. Mr. Clark,
Reluctantly, no.
Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Branham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
No.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries 7-3 with Mr. Clark, Ms. Davis, and Mr. Garrett voting no.
Attorney Brown.
Yes, a motion to approve amended and restated memorandum of understanding between Augusta, Georgia and Gold Cross EMS.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner from the 10th with the second. Voting.
Okay, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
No.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries 7-3 with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Sias, and Mr. Dennis Williams voting no.
Attorney Brown.
Mayor Davis, there are no further motions.
All right, fantastic. All right, if there are no further motions, we will again adjourn the special call meeting and stand at ease for now 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We were not on Bulldog. We were on Bulldog time then. Now we're on Georgia Tech time.
I want to go back to Bulldog time.
Oh, Lord. Georgia Tech time will go on forever and ever.
No, let's take just a quick break again, and then we're going to reconvene quickly. Again.
Unknown caller.
Hello?
Hey, I'm watching this commission meeting and I just.
Hey, Dennis, you need to mute. Hey, Dennis, you need to mute.
Great, but
Hey, Dennis, you need to mute.
All right. We are ready to do the business of the people.
I see that.
Commissioners.
Let me know when you're in.
Okay.
I just want to grab something to eat.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, you have invocation or?
Somebody feed that lawyer.
Jeff, can you take us to the breakout room, please?
Yes, stand
Thank
by.
you. Thank you very much. We should have already been there.
I usually black my.
Okay. All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. We are here to do the business of the people, and we are here for the November 17th, 2020 commission meeting. We are pleased to have with us today our administrator, Mr. Odie Donald II. He comes in right at the budget hour and comes to us by way of South Fulton, one of Georgia's newest cities. And he now gets an opportunity to be here helping to lead the charge of Georgia's most important city, the cybersecurity capital of the nation. And with that, we turn it over to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're turning it over to you.
Okay. We will first have our invocation, after which our pledge of allegiance to the flag. Would you please stand? Would you like me to do that, Mr. Mayor, or you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let us pray. Eternal loving God, we thank you for this beautiful day. We ask for your guidance for all who devote themselves to the common good of this community. We lift up our members of the Augusta Commission and staff for special guidance and direction during today's deliberation. Heal us from our differences and unite us, O Lord, with a common purpose, dedication, and commitment to achieve what is good for all Augustans, and especially those who are most vulnerable in our midst. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
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 I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
All right, Madam Clerk, as we calibrate the plane for today, we have with us again Mr. Odie Donald II, our administrator. In the legal chair, we've got Ms. Janice Smith, who is here and ready to help us navigate through as necessary.
Start with our delegation, sir, or
let's do this, Madam Clerk. Let's address our addendum agenda.
okay.
If there is no objection, we'd like to add our addendum agenda without objection.
What's our addendum, Ms. Mayor?
Say that again, Commissioner.
The addendum agenda, what is that?
Yeah, it's just two items.
It's in your book. If he has his book, it's in the side pocket. Well, it's been revised.
All right,
Would
it's
you
just
like
two
to
items.
enumerate it?
Yeah.
Okay, our addendum agenda under additions, a recognition for Ms. Tamika Allen. Under administrative portion is to readopt a resolution relative to the recertification of the Augusta, Georgia in the Georgia Municipal Association Certified Cities of Ethics, and under deletion, delegation number C.
Very well, Madam Clerk. All right, without objection. Okay. Let's do this, Madam Clerk. Under recognitions on the addendum agenda, let's deal with that one first and go ahead and address that one under the addendum agenda. And then we'll go to the delegation.
Okay, all right. Under our addendum agenda, under the recognitions, item number 1, Mr. Michael Hicks, Second Vice President, Georgia GMIS, recognition of the selection of Ms. Tamika Allen as Professional of the Year for all cities, counties, and municipalities throughout the state of Georgia in their organization.
Okay. All right. All right. I see. All right. So we have Ms. Allen there in the public space, and we have Mr. Hicks here. All right. Mr. Hicks.
Yes, sir. Mayor Davis, how are you?
We're very well, sir.
Good. Thank you. Thank you all for giving us an opportunity to present this award to Ms. Allen. As you see, present with Ms. Allen is our first Vice President, Steve Sykes, and I think we should have also our immediate past Larry Hobbs in the picture there. We are the Georgia GMIS chapter, the executive board, and we want to just thank you all for allowing us to present Ms. Allen with the Outstanding Professional Award for the Georgia GMIS chapter. And what this means is this covers at least 150 plus agencies that are part of Georgia Management Information System. And out of all of those agencies, Ms. Allen, along with her bio and what she's accomplished, going to GMIS for the past 20 years, she was chosen as the Outstanding Professional this year. So some of the accolades, and I'll be quickly here because I understand these agenda items are time sensitive, but I wanted to read just some of the things on her bio. She's been the IT director for 20 years for the city of Augusta. And out of those 20 years, I'm reading on her bio that for 9 of those, she served in a dual role as being the IT director and deputy city administrator. And it looks like one of those years, she was also city administrator. And Ms. Allen, as a humorous note, I am the chief information officer for the city of College Park. And I've been blessed enough to sit in this seat for our city manager when he's been away for a couple of days. So I sat in this seat for a couple of days. So imagine what you've gone through for a year. So kudos to you for your accomplishment. One of the other things I wanted to point out before we move on here is I'm not shocked, Ms. Allen, that you are our Professional of the Year. After reading your bio, all of the accolades that you bring to the table, we're honored to salute you virtually here and also in present with our immediate past president and our first vice president, Steve Sykes. So congratulations to you, Ms. Allen. And I'm sure our immediate past president and our first vice president also bring salutations from our other executive board members who could not be present. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Fantastic. Steve, would you like to say something?
Well, not to waste too much time, my name is Steve Sykes, and Michael has pretty much already covered everything for us. We are so proud of Tamika. She has been an outstanding professional, both for the city of Augusta and for the numerous other organizations that we are a part of, both state, local, and county governments. And Georgia GMIS is a place for us, all the professionals from these government agencies, to be able to share resources, share our networking and understanding of technology and issues, and help not recreate the wheel. We try to work with one another on all things, and I hope you have the opportunity to go to our website, gagmis.org, to see the additional things and events and educational opportunities that we present. And we're just so happy for Tamika being one of the best professionals and leaders for us. So congratulations again.
Thank you,
Tamika.
Steve. Thank you. My name is Larry Hobbs. I'm the past president of the Georgia Demons. I'm also a neighbor. I work in Columbia County right next door. I've known Tamika for many years. She has a lot of great accomplishments. She really embodies everything that Georgia Demons sees and wants to see in our leadership. Her activity in the community, as well as what she does for her agency, just are outstanding. All of her public outreach, she is sought after by many members just for advice, counsel, and just the direction she's taken her career path and what she gives back to others. Again, thank you, congratulations. No one deserves better than you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
And here we have a small token, a plaque, and we thank Tamika again for her leadership.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Congratulations.
Great job, Ms. Allen.
Ms. Allen, congratulations on behalf of the city of Augusta and certainly the Augusta Commission. You continue to make us proud. You continue to make the city of Augusta proud with the incredible work that you do, and you do it for all the people. And for that, we're equally proud. I'm going to recognize the chairman of public safety. All right, Commissioner Dennis Williams, you had your hand up.
Oh, I was clapping.
Okay, he waves. All right, very well. All right, Commissioner from the 9th, Chairman of Engineer Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Ms. Allen, congratulations again. But I wanted to ask the team that came down to support her, how did we arrive to this point? I mean, was there a competition? Was there a formality that everybody else went through and Ms. Allen came out on top like she always does? How did we arrive at this award, I guess is the best way to ask that question.
Georgia Demons has 6 award categories that members can submit to. So I think one of your superiors submitted you on your behalf for Georgia Demons. It was set up with several others and was handed over to our partner, Carl Vincent. I'm sorry, I'm drawing blank here. We partnered with Carl Vincent on the educational side, and that panel of educators from Carl Vincent reviewed all candidates, and she was selected out of that. And then, of course, she was recognized that, and we presented that to her in the spring conference this past year.
It's a great thing.
Okay, that helps me understand a little bit better. Someone nominated her, so to speak, I guess, to put her name in, in a position to get the team to recognize her. But again, congratulations. But I didn't know how that came about. I didn't know it was a competition or whether it was something that they had to do as a group, and she came out on top. We have been proud to have her as IT director. We have always stated we have award-winning IT department. I joke about that quite often, but I want to make sure how the process works. But I appreciate the information. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something real quick?
Yes, Ms. Allen, final words. Thank you.
Okay, I would just like to thank the Georgia Demons for coming down and presenting this award. I truly appreciate it. It has been great being a member of Georgia Demons. We do a lot of collaboration. I am truly, truly honored to be selected, and for UGA Carl Vincent Institute to select me out of the other department CIOs and organizations that have submitted, have been nominated for this award. It truly honors me. And thank you again for the recognition. Thank you guys for traveling to come here. And thank you, Mike, for making time to be here. I truly appreciate it. It all happens because of the people that are on the screen with you today as well, Mike. They make it happen because of their support. And I do appreciate the commission's support and administration's support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. All right, Mr. Hicks, thank you as well. And the entire team.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you guys too. I appreciate it.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Next, we're still on the addendum agenda, sir, or are you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of that one item.
Item number 2 is a motion to readopt the resolution relative to the recertification of Augusta, Georgia and the Georgia Municipal Association Certified City of Ethics Program.
So moved.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, and now to our main agenda.
Call your attention to the delegation portion of our agenda. Item number 8, Ms. Astrid C. Utley and Mr. Ralph Utley regarding number 1, provide hidden driveway signs, 2, flashing signal at Birdwell and Deansbridge Road and Wheelers Road and Deansbridge, deceleration lane, 4, median access, 5, electronic speed board, 6, more adequate response to calls by law enforcement.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Utley, you've got 5 minutes.
Mayor, someone there's gonna have to unmute that.
Yeah. Please unmute. If we could get some assistance to unmute. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mr. and Mrs. Utley, thank you. You have 5 minutes. If you would state for the record your address and please proceed.
Okay, I am Miss Utley. This is my brother. We're not married.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. My name is Astrid Utley. I reside at 4192 Deansbridge Road. And I guess you have to say it yourself.
Oh, I'm Ralph Utley, 4168 Deansbridge Road.
Is that good? Hello?
Go ahead, Ms. Elliott, go ahead.
Okay, my question, I guess my thing is I want to thank everybody that has been involved in the last 2 times that we've been down here and those who were very active in accomplishing those 2 issues that we had that had to do with the landfill as well as the storm drain issue. Specifically, I'd like to thank Dr. Malik with the engineering department and Commissioner Marion Williams, who has always been responsive to all our needs and anything, even though it's outside of his jurisdiction. As we move forward, does everyone have a copy of the list of items that was just read, or do I need to expand on what we're trying to accomplish here today?
No, we have that list, Ms. Utley. We have that information.
Okay, so that will prevent me from having to, if I need to expand, anybody wants to, and has any questions for us to answer as we go through it. I live at 4192, which is at the top of a hill. There are less than 500 feet between me and when I can see the vehicles can see my driveway. And what that does is it makes it hard for us to come out, and by the time they get to the top of the hill, yeah, it's almost like they hit us. And we're at Highway 1, and the traffic, the speed limit legally is 55. You know they're going at 70, 75. So we want something to let them know that we're there. A hidden driveway sign would help tremendously. would allow us the time to get off of the highway without being hit from behind. And also, the other section, if somebody can expand and explain to me why we're not getting a traffic or caution light at Willis Foreman. They're doing that expansion there to 4 lanes, which says to me that you all are aware of the increase in traffic. And I saw also on the agenda that there are several developments going on in the area. So we're going to get this increase in traffic. So I don't think that it should be where we have to wait until it's upon us before we be proactive and put a sign up there at that intersection. Caution light, traffic light, it's horrible. I was not able to get data from the Sheriff's Department, Public Safety about the accidents and the deaths that have occurred out there. The median 30 years ago, when the city widened the highway from 2 lanes to 4, we had a median in front of my mother's house, which is no longer there. So we have to go all the way down. The furthest person down, my other brother, has to drive probably a mile. We have to go to the turnaround and come back up and try to beat the traffic up the hill to make our turn. So if a median could be replaced, that would be great. The electronic board doesn't need any explanation. That's a quick fix because we don't have adequate, the Sheriff's Department certainly doesn't have time to monitor the speed. An electronic board, them periodically doing a check with the speed gun, the radar would be fine, but we need something. The other thing that I'd like to say is that the commission is a powerful group of people. That's individually as well as collectively. And while we are on a state highway and we're governed by GDOT, the word from you is more valuable than anything I could ever say to them or anyone else outside of Augusta. You guys manage over 200,000 people is what our population is. And with that power, you know, I think it's your responsibility to respond so that I don't have to try to figure out how to get in touch with GDOT and anybody else. They don't respond to us. They respond to y'all. You know, so it is, for me, the fact that we are your eyes and ears, you are our voice. So I would hope that you would use your voice to address these things that we have going on out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Utley. Chairman of Engineering Services, I want to make sure that we put this in your wheelhouse. And I know Dr. Malik certainly needs to be involved along with traffic engineering, John Ushery. But this is a matter that we've heard parts of it before. But again, Engineering Services Chairman, put this in your wheelhouse, and the Commissioner from the 8th. You both need to certainly take a look at this to help drive it to a place of completion. Commissioner from the 9th, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Utley, for coming down. There are some things that we can do, some that we can't do right away. I think that given the engineering department and looking at what we can do, you're right. We are your voice. You are our eyes. We can make some calls to GDOT and they'll respond maybe not as fast, but quicker to this body than it would to you. So I say again, I'll get with the Commissioner from District 8, Commissioner Garrett. We'll look at what we can do in those incidents. Dean Bridge Road, the city of Augusta is growing, but Dean Bridge Road is rapidly growing for the transport in and out. So not just with the construction and the trucks and the landfill, but just with our city as a whole. So I think y'all been blessed not to have anything unfortunate to happen prior to this, but I think we'll be proactive, like you just stated, Ms. Utley, and try to do some things that we can to help out. So look to hear from me. Let me get with the engineering department. Let me get with Commissioner Garrett and see what we can do as soon as we possibly can to help alleviate some of those issues that you got on this list. So thank you so much.
And y'all, this one other thing, if it's where it's out of your scope and it's something where we need to go to the representatives of our district, then, you know, let us know that as well. But I've had no success with them as well. But if it needs to be escalated, then tell us what direction to go into, you know, because we're just asking for guidance. We're asking for those people who have access to and know how to do it, which is y'all. You know, I don't know. I know about pharmacy. I know drugs, but I don't know this. I don't know.
Miss Utley, we will make sure that there's a follow-up conversation between you and the commission and our engineering staff. Commissioner from the 8th, right in the heart of your district, would you like to chime in on this, sir?
No, I agree. You know, there are definitely some issues here that we can take a look at and see where we can push forward to getting these put in place. Ms. Utley has my phone number. She knows that she can call me anytime. But we'll definitely be working with our engineers to see the best plan forward to getting some of these implemented.
And don't call me back.
Thank you, Ms. Utley.
Thank y'all. Thank you,
Thank
man.
y'all so much.
All right, thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Our next delegation is item number B. And if Commissioner Fenoy had mentioned he would like his item number 23 to be considered as companion, can you check with him, Mr. Mayor?
He did share that same with me, and he still was in that same place.
That is not changed.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right, we'll go with item number B. Ms. Joyce Law regarding local marker expansion in the Sand Hills Historic District, recognition of winning Augusta National Golf Course Black Caddies from 1934 to 1983 to increase community awareness of their contributions. Item B, renovations of the Cedar Grove Cemetery jointly with Magnolia Cemetery as a historic designation to increase Augusta-Richmond County tourism. Item number 23 from Commissioner Fenoy is a motion to approve the placement of a historical marker plaque in the Sand Hills area honoring African-American caddies who carried for the winners of the Masters Golf Tournament.
Ms. Law.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start by saying thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission meetings, for your stern support of social distancing and the shelter-in-place mandates that has made Augusta, Georgia a safer place to live and to enjoy. Thank you very much. And so almost 2 weeks ago, I had the great honor of attending a gravestone installment for Caddy Willie Peterson Jr. at Cedar Grove. And approximately 2 years ago, I just happened to have been at Southview Cemetery when a gravestone that was being dedicated for Nathaniel Iman Avery. And so it becomes very important that although there is a lot of international recognition by the Augusta National Golf Course caddies, there have been movies done, there have been national exhibitions done, there have been 2 books written about them. There is still no permanent recognition of our caddies who infused so much of their earnings into the Augusta community during the time that they worked exclusively at the Masters during the tournament time. And so if we can move to page 4, please. I'm sorry, page 5. Okay, so on this particular sheet, there is a link to the most recent Golf Channel video that was done on honoring those 2 Augusta Caddies. And it shows a wonderful overview of Cedar Grove Cemetery there. The picture that's shown on the loopers, that's just the promotional pictures for for the film that came out in 2019. If there's anyone who did not have an opportunity to see that. But where it says Golf Channel video, there is a direct link. So it was an 8-minute video that was done during the time, focusing primarily on the dedication at Cedar Grove Cemetery. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. So you may have be familiar with this area. This is directly in front of the Sand Hills Community Center, the southwest corner oriented to downtown. There's a nice little pocket park there. It's not named, but a lot of the guests who are there playing checkers and relaxing, their former caddies. And on the mural, on the face of that beige building, there is a mural of a caddy. And so in that green space there, we're proposing for a statue to be there, and it would be four-sided, and those sides would be composed of the names of the champion caddies, along with some honorary positions such as the caddy masters that were there, some quotes about the importance of the Augusta caddies, and then some other awards. And then to also at the floor level to have bricks in place to honor the other long-term caddies that were specifically mentioned in Men on the Bag. As I stated before, there's no permanent commemorative place to honor these caddies who were so important to the economic and cultural infusion for Augusta. The height of this is not likely to impede either vehicle or walking traffic. It's in walking proximity to the Somerville campus, which means that those folks who are in the golf sports, what do you say that? Their teams can learn more and more exclusive history about Augusta golf. And traffic engineering has given a preliminary view of this, and they've given their approval, but also the final site approval would be by planning and development. And the projected budget, I can't say that. It was probably one thing that would have to be jury, but we had a very recent major announcement of the Augusta National Golf Course giving $10 million. And my understanding from Ward Clayton that they are also amenable to providing additional funding for this commemorative statue. And so I'm hoping that that will be in favor to say, yes, let's do this.
I mean, unless it's under something else, I know there's a
All right, Ms. Law, thank you. Thank you so much. This item, all right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Law. I love the idea. My question is, do we have to go to the Augusta Arts Council in any fashion to approve this?
The Augusta, I've talked with Brenda Durant, and she would like a budget set aside of $1,500 for management fees, because one of the things that we're looking at is who will sculpt the statue of the caddy. You would need that type of support. The example would be an iconic statue that everyone's probably familiar with, that of Miss Laney, where you have a pedestal and then the bust on top and then surrounded by the bricks. But we're using those four sides of the pedestal to engrave information onto the pedestal itself.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The Arts Council is very much aware of the project, and they're excited about it because it is new and different.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic.
Great job. Great job.
All right. Okay, Commissioner from the 9th. Go ahead, sir. State your inquiry.
Ms. Law, thank you again for coming. I'm in favor of this idea. I think we got a great opportunity to build a tourist city here in Augusta, which we had not done in many, many years. And we need to take those type things you're talking about. I just think there needs to be some more conversation among several groups, not just the commission. I believe that we need to set the standard and not the Arts Council set the standard. We need to know what our history is. We need to do it professionally and while it be attractive to enhance people to come. I agree with that. We might need their expertise, but I don't think we ought to ask the tail to wag the dog. I think we need to wag the tail ourselves. I think we need to be of the mindset this is something that is needed, something that's going to draw visitors, where we place it at, whether it be in that location that Ms. Law is talking about or not, I'm not sure. I think it need to be where people can access it. We don't want to have it there and then they can't access it like they need to create a tourist type situation there. So I'm in favor of the idea. I think there just need to be some more dialogue. There needs to be some more conversation. Ms. Law, I won't be here when it's probably erected as elected official, but I think it's something that's certainly worthy of our attention. We are the golf capital of the world. We don't do those things, even with the patch. We don't do those things that we need to be doing, in my opinion, to attract other golfers and get people interested in golf. So again, I'm in support of this. I think we need to have more dialogue. We need to look around and see what other entities are doing things similar that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just need to copy some of that other invention and make it work in Augusta. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm in support.
All right, so here's what I'd like to do. In light of this, we're taking this along with item number 23 from the regular agenda. And if we can get a motion to approve item number 23.
So move.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, voting.
Mr. Clark,
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. Mr. Dennis Williams. He's muted.
Muted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Part B of the request, I may have my IT assistant to move to page 14.
Hold on a minute. I hate to do this to you, Ms. Law, but you've got 2 items and I gave you 5 minutes. I didn't realize you had 2 items here now.
Okay, that's why I'm moving to page 14 so I can kind of like put it into supersonic speed,
Okay.
get a little visual support. Is that the last page? Okay. Maybe. Okay. Well, I'll just talk. Thank you. I'm from the old school. Yes, thank you. That's it. Thank you very much. So is Mr. McDowell from Recreation and Parks with our group right now? So I spent a lot of time doing cemetery research, especially for African American history. There are not a lot of biographies that are written particularly for individuals in Augusta, but of course you don't live in a vacuum by yourself. So I'm pretty good at Georgia history. So one of the things that I have noticed recently in Magnolia Cemetery, because of social distancing, we can support outdoor activities. So there are a lot of people now that are taking walks into Magnolia. Now, if you've ever gone down Walton Way and happen to notice on your right-hand side, there's a huge boulder there that is dedicated to Joseph Wheeler, who was the Confederate cavalry officer who had a little skedaddle outside of Waynesboro with Judson Kilpatrick. And so we recognize him as a Confederate general. Most people do not realize that after the Civil War, he went back into the U.S. Army, and he is one of the few Confederate officers that is buried at Arlington National Cemetery. And so when I was a museum program manager, very often we had visitors to the museum. They would ask, well, what else is there to see? Well, at Cedar Grove and Magnolia, there's plenty of things to see. However, we have a little decrepit appearance down there, and we have assets there that rival those of any major city in the United States. I'd like to bring your attention to the left-hand side of the slide where you see that large breach there. and that's where the monument to the Wheeler family is located. But those breaches, that's the largest one at Magnolia, and some smaller ones and cracks in the wall are not only did it not look nice, but there also are safety hazards. So that's something I'd like to see on the short term, some more robust infusion of funds for the wall of repair. The signage needs to be updated, so those are two things short term. For both cemeteries, we like to see laminated visitors guides so that people, when they're out walking, they can do self-guided tours. But at Cedar Grove in particular, on the long range, there needs to be a multi-plan development for drainage there. You know, on East Boundary, you know, it's flooded a lot. And when we have very, very heavy rains sometimes, Cedar Grove turns into a lake. And so, of course, it's very difficult to promote a legacy cemetery walk or to promote people to go and spend time downtown if it's not safe, you know, because of the ecological and topographical features. And so that's what I'm asking for a survey to be done, what we can do to correct the drainage problems in Cedar Grove to further support its maintenance.
Director McDowell, I don't know if you want to speak to this, but 2 minutes so we can move on. We got a lot of business in front of us today.
No, Mr. Mayor, I think I spoke with Ms. Law earlier. I think she summarized it pretty well. We're going to continue to have a follow-up conversation with Ms. Law. And so, yes, this is one of those things that we can move forward with. I think she articulated all the points that need to be hit today.
Okay, wonderful. Ms. Law, thank you for your fantastic presentation on both fronts. And more importantly, for the work that you do as our historian in the community. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get some items on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
I'm ready, sir.
Oh, I'm waiting on you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were soliciting additions to the consent agenda.
Well, I wanted you to go into our preamble just as you normally would. I didn't want to preempt that.
Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 8. Items 1 through 8.
Okay. All right. Chair recognizes the distinguished lady from the third.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the commission would agree, and the Chair of Administrative Services, I was going to see if we could approve consent 16, 17, 19, and 20.
You could add 18 in there as well.
18.
Just information about a repair.
19 and 20, we're moving until the first commissioner from the third. We're moving those to the December meeting.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they're moving to the December 1st meeting.
That's 19 and 20?
Yes, sir.
That'll be 5 December.
Yeah, 5 December.
5 December.
19 and 20, our December meeting. Isn't that on the 5th?
No, sir.
No.
That's on the 1st.
That's on the 1st.
My bad.
1st of December.
I stand corrected.
Okay, so we're going to leave them on the consent, but moving them to the December 1st meeting. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Commissioner from the 3rd, you done?
I'm good right now. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner from the 1st.
It's not 20, right, Ms. Mayor?
No.
They did include 19 and 20. You object to?
Yeah, I need to find out why I got a question about 20, that's all.
Oh.
So it's the same thing, Commissioner from the 9th. They both are very similar, and we want to make sure we've got a chance to have some more discussion about it, and it'll give us time to do that if we move it to the 1st.
Okay, and we're gonna have the discussion when we have a committee meeting to talk about it. When are we gonna have the discussion?
We can have a committee meeting, a Zoom meeting, it don't matter, whatever it takes, but we need to have some conversation before we get to this point of having it on the agenda.
I just want to make sure we have some conversation. I don't want to put it off till the meeting, then you got to put it again then. So
You want your spot back? You go back to you comfortable back there?
Oh.
I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I don't know who. Yeah, I don't know who that was.
I got you on the record, Commissioner Williams. You're I got it.
I appreciate that, Commissioner from the 9th. You pulled that out at the right time. I want you to stay comfortable for the rest of the meeting now.
I'm trying.
Okay. All right, very well. Commissioner from the 1st.
Yes, I'd like to consent 39, 40.
Hold on just a minute. 39 and 40.
41.
Okay, 39, 40, 41.
42.
Okay, you still got another meeting.
43.
Okay.
44.
Okay.
And 45.
Okay.
Got a problem with all of them.
Oh my, come on. I thought you said you were comfortable.
I was. No,
So-
hey, well, I'm gonna let them go, Mr. Mayor. No, I just see when you call them out like that, you might well not have a meeting, in my opinion. So
I
just
understand.
want to make sure before we just approve that I'm looking at it. I can't keep up. I can't read them and keep up with them fast. You can call them out. So.
All right, so 39 through 44 are abandonments in place as provided by law and an easement for the abandoned portion of existing roads. So it's a routine measure that we do, and that's why I'm not objecting to it either.
Okay, I'm not objecting to it. I'm going good because they're abandonments. I got that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they are abandonments. That's the only reason I make mention of that.
Yeah, but you can't call them out that fast and then want them to go now. They ain't gonna fly like that.
I understand. All right, I'm gonna go to the commissioner from the 2nd.
Colleagues agree. Am I on?
You are.
If my colleagues agree, I'd like to consent item number 27 and item number 29.
27.
We can go along with item 30.
Problem with 29.
Okay. There's a problem with 29. All right, number 27 is the motion to approve the amendment of the inmates food services contract with Aramark.
Right. And item number 30?
Got a problem with that.
All right, with objection. All right, so number 27. All right, going to the commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner from the 3rd kind of jumped into my rhythm there, but let me pick it back up where I had it. I also will request consent item number 21 and 22.
I got a problem with both of them.
Okay, all right, with objection. Okay. All right, commissioner from the 8th.
Commissioner Fenoy got most of mine, but I do want to add item number 26.
Okay. Very good. All right, if there's no problem with item number 28, there were some changes that needed to be made around the Richmond County Local Emergency Operations Plan. If there's no objection, it's an update using the GEMA template. And if there's no objection, I'd like to add that to the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, just
Yes,
as an FYI, the update revised version is not included in the commission book.
Okay.
They informed me that it was transmitted on yesterday,
Okay.
but I didn't include it on this agenda. So would we be better served if we moved it to the 21st? I mean,
Well,
the first.
I think the changes were cosmetic in nature, Madam Clerk, but they were certainly appropriate to make. And I think we could still move forward with it and adopting it today. I do.
Well, okay, I just wanted for the record, that's not
Sure,
what.
absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
And if there's objection, I'm okay with moving it, but I think it's sufficient enough for us to move forward with it.
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know what the changes are, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but if it's not
Okay,
going,
we can wait then.
if
I'm
it's
not going with
not going to delay anything, you know, we can just push it back.
I'm fine with that. That's no problem.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner from the 5th.
I want to pull number 4 off the consent agenda.
You want to pull it off the consent agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Number 4.
Number 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, understood. All right, so item number 28, Madam Clerk, we're going to move to December the 1st.
Oh, okay.
And the changes, again, cosmetic in nature. We'll have a single lead sheet sent around that everybody will have, Madam Clerk. So when you transmit that, there's just a single sheet that you can send with that everybody can just look very quickly and see what the changes were.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, what are we doing with number 4, Mr. Mayor?
You're going to debate it here in just a minute. He's removing it from the consent agenda.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to add to the consent agenda, item number 34, 35, 37,
37.
37.
What about 38?
I'm okay with that as well. That's the Jones Street development, that area. Yep. Okay. Madam Clerk, under administrative services, item number 14, is it not true that we did in fact hear from the director with regards to that? That was the utilities position recruitment.
She said she was underway, but she would come back and give an update on her processes. She had just started pulling that together.
All right, now in light of the fact that we've got our administrator in place, I think we'll get an update, and then I think it'd be prudent for the commission to turn that over to Administrator Donald to see that to fruition.
Mr. Mayor, I can give you an update on that now. In
All
the
right,
time
fantastic.
in the time that I've been here, we've actually taken care of that. I think the commission approved a version of or at least reviewed a version of the job description for the utilities director, made some non-substantive changes to it, to removing which deputy administrator that the position would report to, just simply stating that it would report to a deputy administrator, and approve the posting. So it's actually out there and online and is in active recruitment now.
All right, fantastic. So let's move that to consent as well. Okay. All right, outstanding. All right, in light of that, Madam Clerk, we can go back through the list just for brevity, and I think we'll be ready to move on. So item number 4 is being removed from the consent agenda. Item 14 is added to consent. 16, 17, 18, 19 moved to consent with the understanding it's December 1st. 20 added to consent for December the 1st. 23 has already been adopted. Item number 26 moved to consent. 27 moved to consent. Item 28 moved to December the 1st. 34 consent. 35 consent. 37 consent. 38 consent. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45 to consent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
The church said amen.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Distinguished lady from the 3rd.
I was just gonna say, Mr. Mayor, did you say 33? And if not, can we look at that?
I did not. I was tempted to say it. I just didn't understand enough about it.
Okay, no problem. We got a motion.
That was Mr. Garrett and Mr. Science.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett and Mr. Science.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Consent agenda. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sons,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
On the plan documents, except for Ms. Phelps, you have to hold on to the regular agenda. So, 1 through 8, go with that group.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. So, all right, this is our posture, Madam Clerk. This is our posture.
Ma'am.
Madam Clerk, let's take up, let's deal with the public services items where we've got folks waiting on us over here.
Okay.
And we're gonna go from there.
Call your attention to the regular agenda under public services. We will ask Ms. Walton, who's in the public space, to bring forth the alcohol petitioners.
Ms. Walton, we'll need you to unmute. Thank you, Natasha.
Good afternoon. We have 2 items for alcohol approval. We have alcohol number 20-45. It's a request by Alexandria Niece for a consumption on-premise beer and wine license to be used in connection with Draft Society located at 875 Broad Street. This application has been approved by the Richmond County Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Thank you, Ms. Walton.
Hello, this is Alexandria Neese, and I live at 255 Lawrence Street Southwest, Aiken, South Carolina, 29801.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next alcohol application is alcohol number 20-44. It's a request by Mead Thornton McDougall for a retail package beer wine license to be used in connection with City Hub Convenience Store located at 2228 Rocher Road, Suite F. This application has been approved by the Richmond County Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Hello, I am Mead Thornton Madagula, and I live at 253 Broad Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton, Ms. Madagula. I'm sorry. All right, Chair will entertain a motion.
There's no objection, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Walton, do we have any objectors?
No, sir, no objections to these alcohol petitions.
Thank you.
So move.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Benoit,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously for items 9 and 10.
Madam Clerk, let's take up number 4.
Hi, my name is Tanya Sell.
Hold on just a minute, ma'am.
Item number 4 is a request for concurrence with the Augusta, Georgia Planning Commission to approve with conditions, requesting to establish a family personal care home on property located at 2311 Murrah Drive.
All right, Ms. Self,
Yes, sir.
again, if you would, please state your name and your address and what it is you're trying to do.
My name is Tanya Self. I am the Augusta Area Administrator for RHA Health Services. And we are located, our business office is located at 208C Pitcairn Way, Augusta, Georgia, 30909. And we are currently in the process of getting the, they're called community living arrangements because they are limited to 4 individuals that once were operated by Gracewood State School and Hospital. RHA Health Services took over those homes, and we are in the process of getting the business licenses for those homes that were already established. It's not a new startup. And RHA Health Services is a agency that is not only in Georgia, but they have offices in Tennessee, North Carolina, and now Florida. So it's and they're an accredited, facility and for profit. So we have to be regulated by Department of GDHCD and HFR. So we do have Region 2 oversight for those homes, and they are regulated by Columbus Community Services.
All right, so Ms. Burgess. All right, Ms. Burgess, please come forward. All right, can you give us a background on the planning department's position on this? And then I'm going to turn it over to the commissioner from the 5th. He's got some questions.
Certainly, sir. This is just under our standard special exception to operate the personal care home. As the applicant stated, it is a Gracewood. It was run by the state, so they didn't have to come into compliance with the special exception. Now that it's going into private practice, it'll go, it has to come through our process and get the business license and get established with the special exception. We didn't have anybody objectors to this petition, and we have our standard conditions, making sure that it is in good standing. Cave has said they're in good standing, and we went out and did an inspection, and they passed the inspection with flying colors.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess. All right, Chair recognizes the Minister from the 5th.
All right, Ms. Burgess, is this home in a neighborhood? How close is the nearest home to this facility? Is it in between two other houses, right next to another house? What?
Yes, these smaller personal care homes are in residential neighborhoods. That's why they need the special exception.
Okay, and this is a company that has personal care homes all over the place. What?
Yes, that's what Ms. Self just said, that this is they have them in multi-jurisdictions and over state lines as well. They don't have, they have a good reputation for running these homes, and we haven't received any complaints for them.
Did you all talk to any of the residents?
Yes. They said that they have spoken with the residents in the neighborhood. We go through our standard posting where we put the sign in the front yard with all the information.
Yeah, but those signs are very small, and you never know. You know, just like those homes where you rent, you got those companies coming into neighborhoods renting. They renovate 20 homes in the neighborhood, and then they rent them out, and then we look for them, we can't find them or what have you. You said this company is reputable, and how long have they been in business?
20 years. Yeah, the company's been in 20 years. This house is existing. It's been there for over 10 years, being used as a personal care home, but because it was under the Gracewood, the state run, so it didn't have to come into conformance with our bylaws, but now that this company is taking over.
Okay, you're saying this home is a part of Gracewood? Is that what you said?
Yes, originally, yes.
It was part of Grace.
Yeah.
Previously?
Yes.
It was state run.
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams, you're part of that board. Are you familiar with this?
Commissioner from the 9th, the gentleman from the 5th wants to know whether or not you're familiar with these homes that formerly were there at Gracewood. I believe the property of record, again, over on Murrah Drive, meets the requirements. I don't want to go into the long history of how we got to this place of putting people in the community, but Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to go through all the history, but
I believe the property of record.
Burgess kind of explained some of that earlier. Gracewood is closing down, or probably has closed down. They got these homes all over the state, not just in Augusta. I mean, got them everywhere. This company, I think, is coming in and taking over. They're not asking our permission. They are going in because they are no longer keeping people in those areas in Gracewood. They put them in regular homes. You can't tell they're there. There's no signage up. There's no way of saying this is a personal care home. The yards are maintained. This is not a fly-by-night company. This is not somebody coming in just trying something. I just heard the lady say they are now in Florida. So these people are being placed in a position who can't take care of themselves, who have staff to take care of them and treat them on a normal basis as if you and I was living there. So I just think that, it's a good thing. I think they got a good record. I think that we have vetted through the license inspection to see that they meet the guideline. And Ms. Burgess just said they exceeded. He said they exceeded our guideline. So if I need to make a motion to approve, I will. I know the commission.
I got Mr. Mayor.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'm gonna ask everyone with background noise, televisions, radios, whatever it is, if you will please turn them down or off, if you would. All right, I'm gonna go, the commissioner from the 9th was making a motion. The commissioner from the 5th stepped in. He certainly has an opportunity to make a substitute if that's necessary, but commissioner from the 9th, you were making a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, we got a second. Commissioner from the 5th, back to you.
Yes, sir. I don't necessarily have a problem with this, but one thing that I do want to make sure of, like we have all those companies that come in and they renovate houses in a particular neighborhood. You may have 40 houses in the neighborhood and they're renting 20 of them, and it's eroding our neighborhoods. I'm just making sure that we don't have that same similar problem with these, I call them nursing homes, coming into our neighborhoods. I've got to live next door to a personal care home. I want to make sure that it's taken care of the way it needs to be taken care of, and that it's not going to erode our neighborhoods. We have one near where I live, and it's atrocious. So I just want to make sure that doesn't happen to anybody else. As far as, the upkeep and everything, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to do their best. However, we need to make sure that we investigate these things as they need to be investigated, making sure that they don't erode our neighborhoods. And as you see, where they're asking us to put this house, it's in South Augusta. We got enough mess in South Augusta. So go forth with your voting.
I understand that. Hold on, everybody.
I'm on board with voting it up. So don't think that I'm not for it. Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you. Commissioner from the 1st, State Inquirer.
Mr. Mayor, one of my concerns about people that were formerly being served by Gracewood being served by private companies is that you have a high number of people that were being serviced by Gracewood at one time that are placed in homes like this that are dying. One of my concerns is the quality of care, and whether once you get residents in these homes, what type of monitoring will take place to make sure that the residents are receiving the care that they deserve.
Ms. Self.
Yes, sir. I understand. I absolutely 100% understand where your concerns would be. These types of homes that you're talking about, they are the ones that make it difficult for the companies like RHA Health Services. We have a quality assurance team across RHA Health Services that monitors the houses. We have program managers, developmental disability professionals, and house managers that are our frontline workers and they're called developmentally DSAs, direct support associates, that also run the facilities. And many of these employees have been dedicated to these particular group of individuals that we serve for many, many years, many of them since they were children in Gracewood. So they're not just people that come in and out of their lives. These people have been in their lives for quite some time. We are monitored by DBHDD in the Region 2 office, which there are 6 different regions across
Department of Behavioral Health and Development.
Georgia. And then we are also monitored by Healthcare Regulatory Services and Columbia Community Services and Beacon Community Services. As we have multiple layers of quality assurance that make sure that we are meeting the criteria. And the one thing about RHA Health Services, and I have been in this business since I was 17 years old, and I'm 55. And the one thing that I can tell you about RHA Health Services is they are person-centered people. They take seriously the business of making sure that the homes and the individuals have what they need. And it's not like a fly-by-night person that's just running this business out of their home, and if they have the money to fix this, they will, and if they have, they'll piece this together or they won't. If the landlord, if we rent a house, if the landlord doesn't make the repair, we still have to meet certain criteria. And RHA Health Services knows that, and they make the money available for those repairs to be done and make sure that the houses are safe. We have a regular maintenance person that goes out, Mr. Clarence, that cuts our grass for us. Mr. Joe Ludwig that comes out and makes sure that we have whatever needs that I have. So it's not some small business that's in it to make money. These are people that have dedicated their lives to the individuals with developmental disabilities and behavioral health challenges for many, many years, through ups and downs and changes in the waiver services. And because of the Ombudsman Act, and it has made it increasingly hard for Gracewood State School and Hospital to operate homes within the community because of the budget cuts. We're privately owned and we're able to build the waiver directly and then combine our resources from across all the states if one area needs money to make sure that those homes are maintained.
We got a motion to approve already.
Yeah, you have a motion to approve, and Madam Clerk, we're going to vote on it. We had a second from the commissioner from the 10th. Madam Clerk, you're muted.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayers,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Madam Clerk,
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And
you're quite welcome. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, point of person privilege, please. Sir.
Yes, sir. State to inquire.
Thank you, sir. I just wish my colleague would ride out to South Augusta, I guess, District 5 for sure, behind Barton Village, and look at the hundreds of homes that have been built that does not come up to the quality of life for anybody. I'm gonna leave it just like that, but they need to ride behind Barton Village and look at the home that someone had been able to build in that area that I wouldn't let my German Shepherd stay in. Thank you.
That's District 4.
Then you've been out there.
And that's District 4.
Madam Clerk, we are going to item number 47. Item number 47.
Mr. Mayor, and if I could, item number 11, Ms. Walton is down with the renewals of the alcohol petition. Would you consider that one so the staff could be excused?
Madam Clerk, I thought y'all said I was in the happy place.
Well, I don't know. I don't. Mood changes. So.
No, we
I
thought.
know. I'm sliding and shifting right here real fast.
Well, you know, I mean,
All right, number 11. Number 11.
Number 11. Motion to approve a request by Planning and Development to renew existing alcohol licenses in the city of Augusta for 2021 year. There will be Sunday sales, dance, wholesale, and arcade licenses.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Who's that, Mr. Fenoy?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Davis?
That's right.
Okay. Sounds
And
All right,
Hassan.
okay. Mr. Clark. Okay.
So let me, Ms. Bonner, suspend if you don't mind. With this item, number 11, there's been considerable conversation about what can be done to help and support small businesses, which is why I was holding on this one. And one of the options that the commission has available to it, particularly with this motion, is that the commission may approve extending the date for alcohol licenses to be renewed. And in light of that, the commission may also approve setting a date for when the penalty is effective. So in light of all of the information we have, if we want to quote help businesses with the understanding that 2020 business licenses have already been purchased, have already been met, but this would be a prudent action to provide some level of relief going into 2021, that perhaps the motion to approve might be amended to say motion to approve alcohol licenses renewals being effective July 1, 2021, when the notices go out. Okay, so I'm going to recognize the Mayor Pro Tem first, then I'm going to go to the 9th and try to bring this back in full circle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is around the fact that we talked about a 25% off aspect on 2021 licenses. And I guess from Rob, I would ask this question kind of, how does that look from the standpoint of our approval today, and how do we move forward with the body implementing that? And do we need to vote on that today as well?
Hey, Mayor, Commissioners, today you're just voting on existing licenses for 2020 that end December the 31st, 2020, and you're approving them to be renewed for 2021. As far as setting the fee, I suppose you could do that now if that's what you're discussing, is to reduce it 25%. Typically the bills go out the 1st of December. They have to be paid in December. Now we're talking about alcohol licenses, so that they will have a valid license come January 1. We were in touch with the Revenue Department. If we delay renewing the licenses until July 1, say, of 2021, they will accept that. They just ask that we send a letter to the businesses, the alcohol license holders, letting them know that their 2020 license is valid until the set date that you come up with.
So we necessarily, or you're saying we necessarily don't have to make that decision today on the 25%, even though we're approving these licenses?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How can we, I mean, we know COVID-19 had affected everybody, but are we going to just give a 25% off for the alcohol license and not the other people who buy license from this government, whether it be business license, whatever? That's, to me, that's unfair, Mr. Mayor. If we going to do that, COVID-19 hadn't just affected the bars, it affected all of us. So if we gonna give a reason and it's gonna be because of the epidemic, we're not gonna address the other people with license. Well, we open up a Pandora's box here now. I'm not opposed to that, but if we're gonna do it.
Commissioner, from the 9th, what you're referring to is not what's being debated at this time.
So what I'm referring to is we're considering giving 25% off. We just approved a license. I get what Rod done. I've done it for 16 years.
Right.
Okay, so I get that. But the conversation is that we'll come back later and give 25% off for the alcohol license. And if that's the case, okay.
That's not what we're saying. There was a global conversation about business licenses and renewal fees globally that we were slated to have a conversation about, and that was supposed to be slated for the 19th or the 20th of this week. That was consistent with what we said however many days ago our last meeting was. What the Mayor Pro Tem is referring to is in the context of this, he added that around how does that apply as it relates to this piece. But the global conversation was specifically around 25% potential reduction in business licenses and fees globally.
Okay, helps me understand a little bit better. I'm just not debating that. I'm just making sure that we understand that if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. I mean,
right.
Everybody. So that just a comment.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go back. Commissioner from the 6th, State Inquirer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is finance there?
Oh, Jesus.
Is finance out there?
Yes, sir. They're coming in now.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Dunn, I have a simple question.
Yes, sir.
And because since we said we're not going to vote on those business licenses today to give the 25%, let's just assume we vote on December the 1st. And as we remember, the business license is going to come to a $1.3 million, $1.2 million shortfall if we give the 25%. Aren't we leaving a hole in the budget if we do that?
If it was not replaced from the source that was mentioned earlier, the designation from some of those monies that were received from the state of Georgia.
Somebody's trying to drown you out.
Then yes, sir. But as Director Sherman mentioned, you don't have to make that decision today as to the relief to the businesses from the business license, alcohol license fee structure.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, Ms. Dunn. I'm just saying, but won't it create a 1.2.5, a shortfall somewhere that we got to make up somewhere? That's my question.
It could.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. So you gonna find a way to replace it when we take that vote?
I hope to be able to give y'all some options before you take the vote rather than on the floor when you're taking the vote.
So
that would help out.
So that means if we're considering doing that, we don't need to pass the budget until we can find the money.
No, sir. You need to pass the budget.
Okay,
and then if necessary, if you take another action, then you would amend that budget. But
okay.
I would strongly encourage each one of you guys to pass the budget today.
And so we can hold you accountable finding the $1.3 million.
You are anyway.
Let me ask that question directly.
Mr. Mayor, let me finish talking.
Yeah. So let me. I'm gonna step in right here, and I'm gonna chime in. We've got a really prudent path forward in terms of where we are. There is great interest by the commission to look for ways to be helpful to the business community, to the commissioner from the 9th point, and that's the entire business community. I don't think that there's any need for couching around this conversation. We've got a balanced budget that's been presented to us. Administrator Donald is going to be prepared. He's on deck here in just a moment.
Mr. Mayor,
To
do I
be
have
prepared to tee this up.
Mr. Mayor, but
And so I think we need to.
do I have the pledge of, at least completing my conversation? I mean, you can weigh in on, I have covered that, but I'm just asking the question, will we be able to find the 1.3 million, and did we need to do that? She answered no. I just want to make sure we can come up with the money. And so I'm not trying to stop the budget. She said yes, she can find the money. I just don't need her to freeze up and when it comes time to find the money. That's all.
I'll write the city a check, Commissioner Son.
Okay, Ms. Bonner, you got that on record?
All right, so let's get back to the business here. We got a motion in front of us, and it's again late in the evening. We got a lot of business in front of us. All right, I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 8th, and then I'm going to the administrator because I want to adopt this motion here and move forward. Commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor. This is in reference back to the, trying to help out the business owners with the 25% cut. Let's try this a different way. That 25% that we're, that we're trying to discuss here is basically the same amount of time that a lot of these businesses were closed this year. So to me, if that kind of puts it in reference for a lot of people, I would hope that people would take that into account.
All right, thank you. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Administrator Donald, would you like to weigh in on this matter before we vote?
Yes, sir. I think the only comments that I had is having a unique experience of kind of leading our region and coming up with opportunities to support businesses and assist them in reducing their cost and the burden of COVID-19 while not necessarily damaging the city's coffers. I think we've done that successfully in a previous jurisdiction that I am leaving, but also in helping to advise other cities, both larger and smaller, in doing so. I think we've got some good ideas to bring back to the commission prior to you taking this action that may put a little pressure on our finance director. What I would recommend is as you're passing this initial motion, not necessarily addressing the 25% in this meeting, because once you pass the budget, you can make amendments as necessary, which is a practice that municipalities are taking on based on the changing nature of COVID-19. Being only in my second day and not actually being able to sit down with the finance director until tomorrow, I would humbly ask that an additional action related to the reduction in those in the cost of the licenses be delayed until we have an opportunity to put our minds together.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the administrator a question?
All right, last question.
Can I ask the administrator a question? Mr.
Yes,
McDonald,
yes.
Mr. O'Donnell, can't we recess this meeting? We don't have to take the budget up to date. We can recess this meeting and then come back to it at a later time and still be in good standing to give you time to do the things that you need to do, can't we?
Well, I think you could do that, but I think, well, one, statutorily, you have to approve the budget by a certain date. I don't have in front of me the date for the city of Augusta, Richmond County, but I think the adjustments that you've made, which I have had a chance to review and follow, are the right ones for right now. But your budget is your living, breathing document, and the way that the pandemic is wreaking havoc on us, I think my recommendation would be to approve the budget as is now. And I think without a long period of time, I'm going to be able to make some assessments and some recommendations, within a reasonable amount of time. But I would recommend, just as the finance director had, that you take on this balanced budget now and then you adjust as necessary.
All right, Madam Clerk, I've got a motion and a second. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yep.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark. I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett.
It's getting late.
Mr. Garrett, he's muted. Mr. Garrett. Okay. I'll come back to him. Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayers,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Garrett. Okay, he's still muted. Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Giving you credit, yeah.
Okay. This motion carries unanimously.
Madam Clerk, item number 47.
Item number 47 is to approve fiscal year 2021 budget for Augusta, Georgia.
Administrator Dom.
All right, so again, Mayor and Commission, I'm sorry, Mayor, you did defer this to me, correct?
I did, sir.
Okay. Mayor and Commission, just highlighting the conversation. I think also Commissioner from the 9th, I apologize, I wasn't clear. Today is the statutory deadline to actually pass the budget. And just to highlight, you have made the appropriate adjustments to balance the budget. I think you've made some prudent actions, kind of highlighted here, just in summary. You eliminated the transfer from the general fund to transit, which decreases those expenditures by a little more than $3.8 million. You also have a change in revenue projections, which I think, again, was also appropriate based on the sales tax revenues that greatly, I guess, exceeded what the expectations and projections were based on the pandemic. Also, the use of the fund balance of the $2.5 million also highlighted to the increase in revenues and the reduction of approximately 25% reduction in training and travel and training, and adjusting your contributions, which also decreased expenditures by approximately $600,000, brings you to a balanced budget. In addition to those changes, I think I did want to highlight that, you know, this pandemic is going to continue to impact the budget in ways that we don't necessarily know. So I will be asking for an opportunity to come back before the commission with additional recommendations at some point in the near future, approximately 60 days after the proposed passage of the budget. I'd also, you know, just say, being very early in my tenure, I have had the opportunity to watch your very spirited discussions related to the budget, and know you had to make some very difficult and hard choices, which is why I very much harp on the fact that this being a living and breathing document and the pandemic continuously changing, you know, you should rest assured that your decision today is just one of many related to the budget. And so, Mayor, I would defer to our council with any specific questions that they may have in relation to the budget.
All right, very well. Let's put up another slide. Is there more than one slide in the deck?
I apologize. I went through just the summary. There are. I think the staff wanted to make sure the two deputy administrators who are in the room with me currently wanted to make sure to highlight the great work of all of the administrative staff who came together to make an attempt on the 2% cut and additional concessions. Finance definitely put in yeoman's work to make the changes. All departments and agencies contributed in some way. And I think it was important to them to highlight that to both the commission and for the edification of the public.
All right, wonderful. And again, if you go back to slide 2, and it's not necessary, I think we're at a point where we can have some discussion.
And Mayor, for the record, I mean, just to highlight, all of these changes are the ones that were discussed in your multiple budget work sessions. And so they were the numbers were kind of crunched a little bit after the decisions and guidance provided by the commission was given to staff. But those adjustments that I summarized were simply incorporated into the original proposed budget provided by the interim administrator.
All right, fantastic. And so in light of that, as everyone sees here on slide 2, general fund law enforcement total budget for 2021, $167,729,500 revenue expenditures with an overall budget to include special revenue funds and other funds of $802 million. All right, Chair recognizes the commissioner from the 6th. State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Administrator and Finance, I had an opportunity today. I think you all might have spoken with a transit director, Ms. Sharon Daugherty, and we was talking about a $2.6 million to get some buses and things of that matter. And she said you all assured her, for all intents and purposes, that she would be able to receive the resources to get that because she had put those orders in and was about to cancel it per our conversation the other day. So I hear you, Mr. Administrator, keep mentioning a live and breathing document, which I think is a good statement there. So talk to us about the transit, because I talked to several of the commissioners that concern me, and I think it concerns some of them as well. So kind of put us at ease about the $2.6 million for transit.
Yeah, no, some of the concerns around the transit budget was the reduction related to the CARES Act funds. Through multiple conversations, many of those led by finance and the now Deputy Administrator Sims, they had conversations with the transit director. And yes, they came to an agreement on what the meaning of those and amount of those funds were. And we believe that this balanced budget and the funds that have been made available resolve all of her issues. Am I correct in that, Mr. Sims?
That's correct.
Now, excuse me, let me, can I restate that for a minute?
Yeah.
Now, this was just a recent conversation. So this was not a part of the budget. This just came up as of within the last 5 days. So I think we may be talking about now, somebody, Ms. Donna, somebody can help me, maybe talking about a different finality. Because she was talking about she has $6.4 million left from a grant. 3.8 was to kind of like put in the budget, which was clearly understandable. No problem about that. But there's about $2.6 million there. So she was assured today that she would get it. So I don't think, unless they made some substantial adjustments since yesterday, that was included. So I'm just saying,
so I think the concern. Yeah, I think the concern was she felt that her $3.8 million was not included in the budget based on the changes related to the CARES Act. And so I've been following all of the correspondence and have confirmed with the gentleman in the room that those funds have been included, and that information was relayed to the director. I actually followed up on that with our team as recent as about 2 p.m. today, and so I haven't received any different information. So I'm fairly confident that those issues are rectified.
But I'm gonna try one more time, Mr. O'Donnell, because and I apologize because I'm a little slow.
So Commissioner Hassan, let me ask you this, Commissioner Hassan.
Mr. Mayor, hold up now. Let me finish that.
No, don't you tell me, Hope. I'm asking you, has he not answered your question?
No, he has not answered that. I just was saying that before you cut me off.
Okay, so why don't you direct the question to finance?
I apologize, Commissioner. If you restate the question, I'll make sure to get you the correct answer here. I may be missing your inquiry, so I apologize. Could you restate it for me, please?
It's probably finance can weigh in on it too. In fairness to you, Mr. Administrator, because it just come the last couple of days. The 3.8 is a foregone conclusion. We've been looking at it ever since we've been discussing the budget, so that's a given. But it was a $6.4 million grant. So all of the grant was consumed within the budget. So there's about $2.6 million that she needs to get there. The 3.8 is a foregone conclusion. We're talking about an additional $2.6 million to get her transit, get her buses, get her vans, and get things of that nature. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about 3.8.
Again, I do think you're correct, Commissioner. But again, I'm confirming with our staff here, those funds are in the budget, and it has been confirmed with the transit director and finance. But as you said, I'm a new guy. We have the finance director on, and I'm sure she'll tell you the exact same thing that I did. And so, Ms. Williams, if you'd like to chime in with any further clarifications that could make Commissioner Hassan more comfortable, please do.
I don't know that I necessarily have any further information to contribute because you've pretty much summed it up. I've been out a couple of days, as most of you guys know, with but it was reconfirmed with the transit director that what we had originally intended, the 3.8, would be used out of CARES Act for operations instead of in substitution of general fund monies that have traditionally been used. There will still be monies, and we will still proceed as we have done continuously for transit to use incoming grants to purchase her buses. There should be, I had spoken with Ms. Daugherty in middle of October. Until yesterday, I thought everything was great. But I understand there were follow-up conversations yesterday. We have once again confirmed that there will be money available for her through the grant process to buy her capital for her buses, as is normal. And if Tim is on the line, if there's anything else that needs to be added, but
Well,
it
Ms. Dawn,
is my understanding that everything is fine.
Ms. Dawn, I'm gonna leave it alone after this, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize to yourself, Mr. Administrator, to yourself, the Mayor as well. But what I'm hearing, you're talking about additional grant process. I'm talking about the $2.6 million from the $6.4 million there that she was placing in order currently, not from an additional grant to come. We're talking about a grant she had in hand. That's the money that I'm talking about.
Commissioner Hassan.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Hassan,
I'm through with it.
The amount of CARES Act funding available to transit has not been adjusted. What happened is this body, again, and what has been presented, is that by eliminating the transfer from the general fund to transit, the use of CARES Act funding has been shifted to cover operational expenses instead of capital expenditures for the transit department. And Sharon has been made aware of that and is conscious of that. And it does nothing to hinder her ability to continue to purchase capital using other grant dollars that are available to fund her expenditures.
Mr. Mayor, but that's not what I'm asking. And
that is absolutely what you're asking. It goes back to the very heart of the 2.5 that you say she's expended to use for the purchase of buses, paratransit vans, and so forth. That's where the 2.5 comes in.
She don't have it though.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, hold on a minute. I want the commissioner from the 6th to exhaust this question and concern. I'm trying to get him an answer. Go ahead, Commissioner.
You're not getting an answer, Mr. Mayor, because you're talking about future grants and things of that nature. And we're talking about $2.6 million from money that she had in hand from a $6.4 million. So, and I understand some of these things. So she had placed an order for things that she was about to purchase from the $6.4 million, and she don't have the money to do it at this point. And these were for buses, these were for vans. So that's what I'm asking about.
Tim.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir. All right, before you speak, Tim, hold on a moment. All right, we're going to go in this order. The commissioner from the 9th and then the 10th, in that order. After Tim speaks. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay. The conversation we had with Sharon this morning was the total amount of CARES Act funding is 6.4 million. We're using 3.8 for operations. The remaining balance of 2.6 is there for capital expenditures. And that's what we all agreed to this morning. So I think that we're not taking any more, we're not taking anything away from her. We're just shifting to operations. And she still has the remaining $2.6 million that can go for capital if that's the best choice.
Okay, well, that's good. You can spend, she can spend that money. That's fine. That's what I want
Yeah.
to get right. Okay.
I guess
That's
I
what
can
we've
go
been
ahead.
saying the
and
whole time.
No,
Commissioner from the
no,
ninth.
you said, they said future grants. No, they wasn't talking about that.
And the Commissioner Hassan is right, Mr. Mayor. There was stated about future grants, and that caught my attention as well. We transit had never gotten the support they need to have anyway. Transit had been the first child to be put outside with no coat on. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about, we are talking about transferring the money, but when she talked about having the equipment, she done already placed it as an order.
Oh, geez.
She's not going to order. She already placed it as an order, and it had been put there. So I got some issue with that. We need to make sure that we're doing what we need to do, Ms. Mayor. That's why I mentioned about trying to delay, postpone this meeting until later, so we can work those things out. We'll still meet the deadline if we don't end this meeting. All we got to do is just postpone this meeting until an hour before our next meeting, and then have a chance to work through that to make sure our budget is balanced. Now we can go ahead and prove this. We can go ahead and approve it and say our budget balanced, and then go back and work on it again because it's a breathing document. I get that, but I don't want to approve it and not knowing that they got the equipment they're supposed to have on order that's gonna be there. Now, this ain't no rocket science. This ain't hard. But we can adjourn this meeting and move it to the next meeting an hour before time. Vote on the budget once we get all the particulars worked out. Because I agree that Commissioner Hassan was right.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner from the fifth.
I think everybody's going to always have some issues. As we said, this is a breathing document. It lives every day. You make changes to it every day. I also had a concern about the transit department. Tim has answered that question, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve it.
Second.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To answer, I think, what everybody's been asking, and I talk with the director quite often. This is conversation from this morning, and a text that answered my questions at 10:34 this morning from the director of transit. Said, "Good morning, Commissioner. I had a conversation with finance and administration. The $3.8 million I put in the CARES Act, the CARES grant is good with finance and me. The remaining dollars can be used for capital purchases. Thanks for all your help." So she's fine with what was worked out.
Thanks, sir. I got a motion and a second. Voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No, ma'am.
That motion carries 9-1 with Mr. Marion Williams voting no.
All right, Ms. Bonner, we're going to go top to bottom. We can start back at the top, please.
Okay. Find it. I think we're at number 12.
Okay.
Discussion on August 3rd, Governor Kemp signed House Bill 879 into the law. The legislation amends the state laws governing 5 categories of alcohol regulation, centralized permitting, Department of Revenue, Sunday sales of alcohol, home delivery of alcohol, local control of distance requirements, and pouring events at package stores.
Mr. Sherman, you going to speak to this?
He's muted. You're muted, Mr. Sherman.
Okay. Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, I put this on the agenda just to give you an update, some recent legislation, the House Bill 879. We have had a few inquiries, and I don't have all the details at this time, and you'll understand that in a minute. So when the legislators pass a new bill, in this case for alcohol, the Department of Revenue writes the rules to administer that new legislation. The Revenue Department has not completed writing the rules for these 5 issues that are mentioned in the agenda item. One of the amendments to the legislation was that they have a centralized permitting. So, for instance, when someone locally applies for an alcohol license, it will be on a software system that has been distributed to the cities in the state by the Revenue Department. And so everything will be coordinated. Sunday sales of alcohol, this is talking about restaurants who are recognized as a restaurant, meaning that they have 50% of their gross sales from the sale of food. Alcohol is incidental to, and retail businesses that sell alcohol. So we've had 2 referendums. The first referendum allowed businesses to sell alcohol on Sunday. That was some time ago. The more recent referendum was in 2018, and it allowed restaurants to begin selling alcohol at 11 a.m., which was called the brunch bill, rather than starting at 12:30. What this new legislation does is allows all businesses to have an alcohol license, not bars, but all other retailers to begin selling at 11 a.m. as well. Now that is optional. The state has approved it. The commission can approve amending the local ordinance to allow that. The other thing is home delivery of alcohol, and there are a lot of uncertainties about this. The Revenue Department is still working through it. What that means is, what it is proposed to mean is that all retailers, including restaurants and including bars, will have the ability to sell alcohol to be delivered to homes. The third party that's delivering or the business itself, the drivers, have got to be certified through the state. And again, there are a lot of uncertainties on that. The Revenue Department is working on it. That in part is one of the reasons for the centralized permitting. That is the way the legislation was written. Those retailers can sell for home delivery. Municipalities have the option to approve for them to sell or to put regulations in the local ordinance for them to sell for home delivery, or they can deny that and not include it in the ordinance. Local control distances, we're in compliance with that. There is no need to make any amendments. The last is that liquor stores can have tastings, 52 tastings per year, once a week, 52 straight. It has to be free. It has to be in a room that's not in the display room for the liquor store. And they're working out the details on that. That is approved. We would locally have to write the regulations on how we administer it. Liquor stores also, the way the legislation is written, will be able to have home delivery. So those are some items that we'll be bringing back to you. Hurry through it. I know you've got a lot to discuss on your agenda. And if you have any questions, well, I'm here to try to answer them.
Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I want to understand. You said that liquor stores can have 52 tastings a year, but it can't be in the display area?
That's correct. It's supposed to be in a separate room. And they can have one product, like they could have a bourbon, 4 different brands open at one time. They cannot open the 5th brand until one of those 4 is closed. They cannot charge, it's free, you have to be 21, of course, and they have to register with us, the planning and development, prior to having it. Those details have not been worked out yet. Whether or not you would want to charge them, probably, well, up to you, whether there's a fee involved with having it. But that's correct.
Okay, I was just thinking, I don't know how many package stores in Augusta have a separate room. I mean, if we come on back to my office, but anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Ms. Bonner, can we receive this information and move on to the next agenda item, please?
Yes, sir, with that. And before Mr. Sherman leaves, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
Sure.
could I ask him for the record on the planning zoning petitions, if there were any objectors to any of them, that we can place that on the record
No, Ms. Bonner, there were no objectors.
to any of the planning petitions,
That's correct.
today's planning petitions? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman.
Okay.
Thank you, Rob.
That would take us to item number 13, discuss Augusta Commission rules of procedures. Mr. Marion Williams.
Commissioner Marion Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I had this put back on the agenda, and you've been a witness to some of this yourself. You see, there's rules and procedure that we're supposed to go by that we don't. One is if there's some unreadiness, you don't just take the vote on the issue. The rules say you vote to see if there's enough conversation, enough people want to continue the debate or not. We've been taking these votes. I tell the mayor, he do it every time. You ask a question, he'll want to answer for some of the directors or somebody in front of you. That's why those classes are there, so we know the procedure. And it had not been followed. Now the mayor's not here. You presiding right now. This is something that we need to get a handle on. The new commission coming in, they're gonna be bamboozled because they're gonna think that it's okay to do it any way they want to do it, and there's a procedure. Even if there's some, we want to get a vote through. We want to talk about getting consensus. I mean, you can't take consensus in legal to see how many. Those are votes. If you got 6 people consenting, that's just 6 votes. I mean, there's an oath we have to sign to go back in legal and do those things. We've been doing those things, and we act like the general public don't know no different because we in legal. Those things are wrong, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and it's not gonna do any good. But when there's unreadiness, you don't have to say there's unreadiness. Your voice, your opinion says there's an unreadiness, but the mayor wants to take it a different route where nobody said unreadiness. You don't have to say those words. Today, Commissioner Hassan was there, and he had a couple of issues he wanted to talk about, and the mayor wanted to come in and filibuster for 2 or 3 minutes and get him off of the point he was on. He do that all the time. The rules are for all of us. It ain't just for the mayor, they're for all of us though. So I guess that's enough said about it. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere with it today, but I plan to at least keep it on the radar so people understand how we will be doing and what we will be doing.
Yes, sir. Any other colleagues want to comment? All right, Ms. Bonner, if we could accept that as information and move on to the next agenda item as well.
Item number 15.
Yes, ma'am.
Receive as information the project update on the HVAC repair and improvements at the Aquatic Center. Was that?
Mr. McDowell going to speak to this? I'll bring you
Yeah.
in.
A lot of calls, emails on that.
I just added Mr. McDowell, so let's give him just a second. Mr. McDowell, can you hear us?
He's connecting.
Yes.
Director McDowell?
Yes, I think this is a central services agenda item
Okay.
as it relates to the update on the project. But if there are any specific questions pertaining to our operations, by all means, I can update the commission on that.
Okay, let's find.
Ms. Dowse?
Ms. Dowse, hopefully she's coming in now. Hey, Ms. Dowse.
How are you doing, Commission?
Welcome in. Can you give us an update on this agenda item, please?
I sure can. And I also have a member from Train, Mr. Cal Smith, who is one of the facility support managers within this region, that is also on the line in the event you have any technical questions that you would like to ask. But as we all know, the Augusta Aquatic Center, one of the region's largest aquatic centers that's used by many of the schools in our area, as well as local recreational groups that want to stay fit. Our aquatic center has experienced some humidity issues for quite some time. And if you've been in there in the summertime, the temperatures were unbearable. In the wintertime, the temperatures were unbearable. Most recently, actually December of 2019, the commission approved, November 2019, the commission approved the Parks and Recreation Department to utilize $2 million to fund some needed repairs to this facility. Because Train was already on board doing many of the energy service audit functions of our facilities, they were deemed as being the best fit vendor to proceed with the dehumidification and HVAC upgrades needed to this facility. These projects have been underway since March, and the attachments included in this agenda item detail many of the upgrades that were completed, to include improvements around the boiler system, the corroded electrical disconnects, as well as the infamous humidity issues that I mentioned previously. We've had 2 change orders since March. The first, totaling a little over almost $9,000, was found during a pool pump inspection, in which that was taken care of. And the second was most recent, when multiple failure points was detected also in the piping system. So we are looking for this project to be completed the 1st of December, with the facility being open to the public. And again, I have Mr. Cal Smith in the event that you have any technical questions that I cannot answer.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Marion Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Member Pro Tem. I think Ms. Dowse said we had $2 million allocated for repairs on that building. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That was $2 million of Parks and Recreation's SPLOST dollars that were allocated specifically for this project. Of course, that was not enough to cover the shortfall. So Central Services and the SPLOST existing facility upgrades funds were used to cover the shortfall.
And you said we've been working on it since March and it still hadn't been completed?
Yes, sir, since March. And reason being, this is not a off-the-shelf HVAC system. It had to be ordered, it had to be manufactured, it had to be specifically designed to fit this space. And so the machinery was on order for quite some time, but March is when the purchase order was first procured and approved.
So we're replacing the HVAC system. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, sir. Cal, if you would get into some more specifics. You're currently on mute, by the way, Cal.
Well, to Ms. Dowse, if I may chime in, not for the commissioners to misunderstand what you're saying, we actually installed a dehumidification system, which is a little more broad in scope and term than just a HVAC system. So I don't want us to think that we were just replacing an HVAC system. We had, as Ms. Dowse alluded to, some years dealing with some corrosion and issues related to that facility housing a lot of humidity, which caused a lot of rusting of parts and components in that particular facility. So the commissioners, in their wisdom, allocated $2 million for these improvements in our Parks and Recreation SPLOST 7 reallocations back in November last year. And so this project got underway around March of this year. And yes, it's a pretty exhaustive system. If you go over to that aquatic center, you would see it's now not inside the building, but outside the building on the rear side of that building. It has many components to it, but there was a lot of other issues that we discovered during that process. So we do have those change order, and it did drag this project out a little longer than we anticipated, but we did some necessary repairs to get that particular facility up and running to the level that it should be. So we're proud of the work that we're doing. Unfortunately, it was a little timely. I know several commissioners got phone calls from several groups about when can we get back in that facility. So to Mrs. Dowse's point, hopefully the first week of December, we'll be back open and operating.
Do we have any maintenance program with this stuff we're doing now? Is anything to maintain, or this is something we just wait till it happen again to us?
No, sir, absolutely not. This project is one of the many that will have various maintenance programs attached to it for not only servicing, but also inspections on a regular basis to include the boiler as well as the dehumidification system. And I've also included along the way various pictures and progress updates in the administrator's advisory. So I don't know if you all have had a chance to see any of those, but I've made certain to make sure that the commission was abreast of what was happening at the Aquatic Center, but I just wanted today's message to be more broad in scale.
Thank you. Mr. Cal Smith, you want to add anything to the conversation, sir?
Yes, sir. What we've done is generally vastly improved conditions in there. In researching some of the causes for what we were confronted with, we learned of things called chloramines, and that's if you go into an aquatic center and smell the chlorine, you're smelling chloramines, and that's another word for poor indoor air quality. So you can go in there now and smell nothing, and you'll find everything about the room at about 85 degrees, which is good for swimmers coming out of an 82-degree pool to keep them from freezing. And like Ms. Dow said, we've got a couple of new energy efficient boilers, those kinds of things. If I can address the pool piping, all of that was functioning and really complaint free when we started this process. And sad to say, we've been under conditioned air since about the middle of September. And we still have a few things to work out. So the Parks and Recreation designated October 12th as startup, but then they ran into problems with all this pool piping. It's big pipe. It's extensive work. We're going to try to get it done in 2 weeks' time, starting tomorrow. And I think you'll have a project you can be proud of, and you can sleep with both eyes closed at night.
We appreciate you, sir. Ms. Dowse?
I did want to add from a financial standpoint that this project is going to reap almost $20,000 annually in savings just because of the enhanced upgrades that we've been able to make to this facility. And that does not include the $25,000 in rebates that we will receive from Georgia Power. And so this is definitely for Augusta headed in the right step in the right direction concerning our energy performance with our facilities.
Well, thank you for that. Commissioner Mary Williams, you done, sir?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Mary Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I just wanted to ask a few questions because I've been one of the commissioners in touch a lot with Mr. McDowell. Have y'all been in touch with, I know the Augusta-Aiken swim group and Maurice he's been very in contact with them. What about GHSA and GISA schools? That's who I've had a lot of contact with as far as if they're going to be able to get in as well. I know you temporarily allowed what group, Maurice, to use Brigham?
Correct.
I believe. Can I ask him, Mayor Pro Tem, please, where we are as far as the communication with these swim groups? Because they're just worried they're not going to have a swim season.
Right. And I had our manager of our aquatic facility meet with all the local coaches in the area. Unfortunately, the middle school teams aren't going to have a season this year. So we've been relegated really towards the high school teams centered around ASL. So we've allowed them to utilize our Henry Brigham Aquatic Center. Unfortunately for them, because we have the senior therapeutics over there, we couldn't lower the temperature enough to accommodate both groups. So we faced some, I would say, some feedback about that, not being able to get those water conditions conducive to the for the high school kids. But however, We have been in constant communication. We've talked to all the coaches. Most of those kids are part of the ASL. So even though they were impacted from a school standpoint, they do, because they're part of that group, they still get their practice times in. And to Mrs. Dowse's point, we're in great partnership with Central Services in trying to expedite this project and get us back up and operating as soon as possible. I've had those communications with those various groups to kind of let them know where we were. And they've been, very conciliatory in terms of understanding. I know they've been numerous phone calls, but we've been able to work it out just by staying in communication with them, let them know what type of updates that we do have to provide for them. So it's a welcoming to hear that maybe December 1, we can get them back into our facilities. We're going to continue to allow them to use Brigham if they can, based on those water conditions. But we're looking forward to this opening back up really soon, so we can accommodate particularly the high school students that we're really focused on at this point, because the middle school, based on what the coaches were saying, their seasons are a watch because they typically
Yeah,
use
it's a little different season. Okay, and thank you for that. And I appreciate y'all's work on this, Ms. Dowse, as well. And just to follow up real quick, long term, can y'all really give us some, well, I won't be on the commission in 2 months, but the next commission, because this facility is so important for schools and the community, 40 miles surrounding us, because there's not a facility. So do y'all feel like, is there any way to tell this next commission or whoever in the next few years really how we can make this just a continual? I know Commissioner Williams mentioned maintenance, but any other capital improvements, really be aggressive with that, because I think that this is such a necessary facility for just this entire area.
Oh, absolutely. And Ms. Dowse may want to speak to it as well. So from an operational standpoint, because this is one of our premier facilities, it's very important and imperative that we continue to have various improvements. We do have some plans, and I think we've got some bid documents in to do some massive painting of the facility. So we'll be working that out here soon as well to kind of give it a facelift, if you will. So we'll continue to invest in this property. It's very heavily utilized, as you alluded to, Commissioner Davis. So we're hoping that the commissioner will see that it's one of our jewels in terms of Parks and Recreation, and that we continue to invest in it long term. And I think Ms. Dowse can speak to any type of the maintenance and so on.
Okay, well, just on that note, thank y'all for your work. And if we could have another update on December 1st, Ms. Bonner, if we could just put that on the agenda just to have that follow-up update at the next meeting, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Dowse?
I just wanted to reiterate and continue to hone the fact, I know this commission has heard me talk about preventative maintenance in the past, and I'll continue to do so as long as I am in this role. Us being proactive with maintenance agreements and service agreements and regular maintenance is going to be key for not only the Aquatic Center, but for all of Augusta's facilities. When we become reactive, it costs our taxpayers more dollars, more resources on the back end. And so that's definitely something we're pushing for. So Commissioner Davis, I appreciate you bringing that to light as well.
Okay, Commissioner Hassan, then Commissioner Fenoy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering what type of maintenance in terms of warranty comes with this $2 million, a little over $2 million.
Cal, you can speak to the manufacturer's warranty. And then Commissioner Hassan, you'll also be receiving within a couple of weeks the agreements for service packages, because I'm certain those will be in excess of $10,000 or even $25,000, which will include boiler maintenance and HVAC maintenance.
Yeah, the heart of the system is the dehumidification system. And the longest, there are staggered warranties on that equipment, but the longest warranty piece in there is 10 years. And I believe the compressors probably had 5 years. I don't have it in front of me. And of course, our workmanship is guaranteed for a year. Just different things like that. I wanted to add in with the maintenance deal. I think y'all can probably, you'd probably want to know that the original design of that building, the only way you could work on those old dehumidification units was to go up this straight up ship ladder hanging on the wall and go up to a scuttle hole. we have included an outside stairwell on that with the new door into it. So it's very easy to get into the components, but we took the major components off and put them on the ground outside. So there won't be anything holding you back on doing the right kind of maintenance. So
in the event that we have any kind of problems, are the mechanics local?
They absolutely are. Train has about 30 employees out on off of Barton Chapel Road in our new building that we opened about 2 years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Fenoy.
Yeah. Is Maurice still on the?
He is.
Yes, sir.
Maurice, what are some of the schools that utilizes the aquatic center?
I don't have that, unfortunately, Commissioner. I can get that list to you. But most of our local schools, that is their home in terms of utilizing for aquatic. Most of the schools do not have their own personal pools, and so they utilize our facility. Most of the time it's in a collaborative effort because a lot of those kids belong to almost like the equivalent of AAU teams with other sports. And so I can get you a list of all the schools that participate and that utilize our facilities from an aquatic standpoint.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other comments, questions? Looks like not. I want to just thank all y'all for being a part of this and thank you for what y'all are doing on that aquatic center. We look forward to that update in 2 weeks. Ms. Bonner, if we could receive this as information and move on to the next agenda item, please.
548.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for that. That would be item 21, motion to approve 4 homeowners rehabilitation projects in partnership with the Georgia Department of Community Affairs.
Who wanted to speak to this? Who pulled this agenda item?
Mr. Marion Williams had some questions.
Commissioner Marion Williams.
Yeah, I needed to just get an update from what we're doing with the rehabilitation project at the end of the year. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, can Mr. Welcher or whoever is going to answer 21, 22 could, I guess, do a companion item.
If we can get Mr. Welcher in here. Director Welcher.
Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, this is ACD's request to approve 4 homeowner rehabs in partnership with the Georgia Department of Community Affairs via their Community Home Investment Program, also known as CHIP. Basically what you have here, there are 4 homeowners, 2 in 30904 area code, zip code, as well as 1 in 30906 and 1 in 30909.
Mr. Welcher, I get that. Is that because we receive the funds so late? Is why this at the end, coming to the end of the year? Is that federal dollars come in at the same time, and that's why we're doing it at this time of the year? I'm thinking.
No, sir. This is just a continuation. We've been very consistent with our home buyer rehab program to include home buyer as well as emergency rehab programs. And if you go back in your commission cycles, we've been pretty consistent for the most of the year, especially the last 3 to 4 months. And you can also make reference to item 22. I know we're not talking about 22. If you look at 22, you can see exactly the amount of activity that we have going on. And keep in mind, this was something different. This is not dealing with your normal federal 4 grants that we normally deal with. This is where we stepped outside of the box and applied for additional funding from the state. So this is from Georgia Department of Community Affairs. We were awarded $612,000 total. Of that $612,000 total, $475,000 has already been expended to date. $475,000 or $95,000 per house was used on Perry Avenue for new construction. And of course, of those 5 new constructions, workforce houses on Perry Avenue, of course, 4 are either under contract or have sold, and the 5th one is in the process of being constructed now. So this is your remaining $137,000 that is being used for affordable units for rehab.
And because there's so many different grants and so much different funds coming, Mr. Welcher, you and I had a conversation about specifically Perry Avenue for sure.
Yes, sir.
Some of these are rentals, I'm thinking, and they're not all home buyers.
That's correct.
Everybody's not going to purchase a home. There's some people able to purchase a home and won't do it because they accustomed to renting. So it wasn't a effort to stop your process. I just want to be assured of what we're doing. You just enlightened me about this state money that comes in, because I'm thinking that federal dollars come in, but there's a lot, and
Yes, sir.
I'm hoping that we can get people to not just buy into it, but to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I don't want this program to just be a continuation program. I want people to be able to go from where they are to a better place. And I think you're in the same junction with that as well. But wasn't nothing to hold us up. I'm gonna make a motion to approve, but I do think that we need to be informed and know exactly how much and what we're doing. Thank you, sir. A motion to approve, Mayor Pro Tem. Both 21 and 22.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, second from Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Sias.
Well, I was going to make, ensure that we did 21 and 22 together as far as the motion go, but Commissioner from the night cleared that up, so I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Ms. Bonner? Ms. Bonner, are you there?
She left with the mayor.
Don't start that.
I was about to say, we can have Commissioner Son run that. He takes care of everything. We can just have him do it. He the mayor, the clerk, the attorney, everything.
I was trying to multitask. It didn't work
I
well.
understand. I understand.
Okay, item 22. Are we going to vote? Was that?
21 and 22.
Okay, we have a motion for those. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Marion Williams and Commissioner John Clark with the second.
Okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis? She out?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis out.
All right. Thank you,
Ms.
Director
Bonner,
Belcher.
if you have to leave, let me know and I'll assign somebody to do that for you.
All right, Ms. Bonner. Next
Oh,
agenda item,
we got
please.
jokes. Okay, item 24, discuss recent reorganization of the Board of Tax Assessors Office.
Commissioner Marion Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, I think we all received an email from a couple of the members of the Tax Assessor Board. I had a conversation early this morning with one of the members as well. And I asked Ms. Bonner to pull that email just in case we had forgotten it, didn't have it. The reconstruction or the reorganization of the Board of Tax Assessors was done by the tax assessor, Mr. Ross, who's leaving. Couple of things bother me with this. Now, you know, we've been talking about the Tax Assessor Board for quite some time. That board, and I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem, maybe you know, how much do that board receive for serving on that board?
Not sure it's more than any board. I do know that.
It's more than any board, any other board, right?
Yeah, but they definitely do a lot of training too.
Well, they do a lot of training.
Training, yes, sir. They have certifications they have to meet and everything.
Well, and I get that, but my issue is that last year we had Miss Didnack, Miss Renee Didnack was on the board to be removed because her time limit, and we placed her back on the board. I say we, the votes were there to place her back. The state have come in and put the same people back on the Board of Tax Assessors that's been there for years. the chairman has probably been there for 20 plus years. When there's time to rotate off, we have not been men and women that's elected to do what we need to do. And the tax assessor board itself is disturbed about it. I've got some issue when we can let people stay in there for 20 plus years on these boards. I got an issue when the tax assessor can reorganize the board, don't tell us anything, and then he or she leaves. Now, my colleagues ain't gonna have no question, and I really don't care whether they got any question or not. Commissioner Hassan had it on the agenda and pulled it off. I placed it back on the agenda because I thought it was important. He said he emailed us, talked about it, but nobody was interested. Well, whether we are interested or not, I think the general public needs to know what is going on. That's why I asked what the pay was for that board. The state official, Representative Gloria Frazier had someone on there, and they end up changing and putting somebody else back on the board who has served before. So my question, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, to you is, how do we get our hands around putting other people on these boards without leaving people now for years and years and years? Your term limit is going to be up soon. Not up right now, but it's going to be up. Because that was the rules saying you got to come out. But can we leave people on the tax assessor board forever and a day? Can we act as if they don't answer us? If you figure out the 20 years at $600 a month for 20 years, you could have paid the mortgage off. There's a lot of stuff.
So the only thing, and I have a question for Attorney Brown here in just a second. The only thing I would add, give me just a second, Commissioner Williams, is that the chairman of that chairman has only been the chairman for 3 years. And then we did put District 10, Ms. Burney, on there a few years ago. So there has been a little bit, but I do understand you, but this isn't the only board that has people rotating on. As you say, it takes 6 votes to do anything. And I think that's where the commission's got to be in the future looking at it, where we don't recycle the same individuals if we want to move this city forward. I think in this situation, though, in this board, you have to understand this board works harder than any board from the standpoint of certifications and what they have to do and all the training that they go through, more than any board there is. So my question was for Attorney Brown, was about the reorg, which is the agenda item. Did they have the ability to do that as what they're under, or should that have come through the commission? Like, can you explain kind of what that is from the reorg? Because that's what the agenda item is actually about, was the reorganization.
And I have some information about that also.
Okay, you're next.
Let me give you my current answer, and I will follow up. I think Commissioner Williams was saying not so much the reorg, but the reorg by a chief appraiser who was on his way out was part of the concern. I have not been tasked to investigate the reorg to see if there was anything improper about it. But normally, as departments reorganize, as long as they do not create any type of new structure or authority or positions, they are at will to do so. And if so, they will need to go through HR to that extent. But the board is able to control things that within the board's purview without necessarily coming to the commission, because the state established a partial theme of being independent in order to protect evaluations.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying that the reorganization was a good idea. I have not looked into it. Okay. But they can be reorganized within the limits.
Okay. We'll come back to you, Commissioner Marion Williams. We'll come back to you, Commissioner Bobby Williams, then we'll come back to you.
Yes, sir. As you know, I'm a liaison to the Tax Commissioner Board. And so when I got the email, I called around and talked to various people. And my understanding is that Mr. Alvino did not do this. This was a recommendation from the Human Resource Committee from the Tax Assessors Board. And they put it on the floor, and it was voted on by the entire, I say again, by the entire Texas Assessors Board, and it passed unanimously, and which means all of the members voted for it. So I found out that you got 1 or 2 people after they voted for it, then they complained about it to different commissioners. So you got a Tax Assessors Board that had a recommendation from the Human Resource Committee headed by Bob O'Neill, and it was voted on and passed unanimously. And then 1 or 2 people got mad afterwards because they didn't like something they said Mr. Alvino was doing. Mr. Alvino did not do it. The Human Resource Committee did it. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Benison.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem, I kind of caught the tail end of your comments around the current chairman. What was your point about him on the board?
Well, he's only been the chair for like 3 years. He hasn't been the chair for 20 years. Commissioner Mary Williams acted like the same chair's been in there for 20 years.
You're speaking more about his length of time on the board. He's been on the board over 20 years.
Yeah, I think he's been on the board 8
He may be going on the 24th or 25th year.
Yeah.
But that was, I was just trying to get some clarity on that. And I definitely think, we need to replace him and others who've been in that length of time.
Okay. Commissioner Mary Williams, you want to have the final say, sir?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Regardless of whether or not everybody voted on it, and I hear the District 5 Commission saying that everybody voted and now they want to complain. The email was sent to all of us by 2 of the board members, and they were showing some dissatisfaction that we at least should have been courage enough to hear the issues about it. Now, the replacement goes back so far as when the previous elected official for the state, Mr. Quincy Murphy, was there. These people was on the board when he was alive. And now they're back on the board. I just don't understand how we allow people just to get on the board and stay there as if, there's no other taxpayer, no other citizen in Richmond County. I heard you say they work hard. They do a lot of training. I mean,
that's easy.
They're not the only one that work hard. I'm sure they don't work in a hard in this commission work is being done. So regardless of how hard they work, if it was that hard, they wouldn't want to stay there. But since they're forever and a day, evidently it's pretty easy. So I take issue with that. I just think, and this is not the first time I brought it up, but I assured the people that I talked to, I was going to put it back on the agenda to find out why. I'm very disappointed in the state reps. Mr. Harold Jones, the state rep, Mr. Wayne Howard, Mr. Brian Prince, they appoint people to these boards and even send down mandates with no money. They don't have no conversation with us. They don't talk to us about the issues going on in the city of Augusta that we got to deal with. They just do it. Same thing with the Coliseum Authority. They got a right to put a person in there, but they don't have no conversation with the commission to say, well, what's working, what's good, what's not. They just do it because they can do it. I got some serious issue with that. But the way you do that, you change the elected people in those positions is I think is what you ought to do. So this is not about them though. This is about this commission sitting here. We had problems from day one with the Tax Assessor Board from way back. From Charles Smith all the way back. I can go all the way back to all the history on it. But we're afraid to even talk to them when there's an issue, when there's something going on. Mr. Ross used to come in here and filibuster and fast talk us. We didn't even know what he was saying. He'd be talking so much craziness in my mind. And we said and acted like he just sold us a bunch of turkey with feathers on it that's already been cooked. So,
based on your agenda item, what's your pleasure? I mean, it's about the reorganization. Attorney Brown talked about how the commission hasn't tasked him to look into it, whether they could do it or not. Is that what you want to do?
if I can make a motion to task, and I can't task the attorney, but my motion would be to get someone, it would be the attorney to go in to look at the reorganization, how it was done, and what those complaints are there. There's some problem in this government, Mayor Pro Tem. You talked about that. You talked about showing the credibility of this government and checking balances, and we don't do that. So that'll be my motion. Get someone, whether it be the attorney, administrator, whoever can go in that department and look at what was being done and see how we can correct these problems we have. The oncoming commission ain't gonna know. They're brand new. They're not gonna understand it because they're gonna think wrong is right. When they come in here, they was already there, and that's what everybody get bamboozled about. So that's a motion I got. Whether I get a second or not, I'll put it back on the agenda if I don't get a second. So that's fine.
I think Commissioner Hassan seconded it.
Yeah.
All right, so just to be clear, we're tasking the Attorney Brown to look into the reorganization of the tax assessor office and just seeing the justification of it. I mean, if things were done the way they properly can be done, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bonner, we got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. Voting then, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Mr. Fenoy, you're muted.
he's muted. Okay. All right. Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis out and Mr. Bobby Williams voting no. Mr. Fenoy not voting.
He can't get his mute button off.
He's on mute.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Bonner, next
Yes,
agenda
sir.
item, please.
Okay, that would be item number 25.
Ma'am.
That is a motion to approve change the title of the Information Technology Director to Chief Information Officer. B, change the title of the Deputy Director of Infrastructure and Communication to Deputy CIO of Infrastructure and Communication. C, change the title of the Deputy Director of Business Application Services to Deputy CIO Business Application Services. D, discuss a salary increase for the DIT and the DDI and C of 10%. E, discuss a salary increase of 5% for the DDBAS.
Okay. Commissioner Dennis Williams, this is your agenda item, sir?
Right, yeah. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and fellow commissioners, I have talked with the director, Tamika Allen, and there was a request to change the title of the Chief Information Director. And what it simply is changing our titles to kind of be in line with that particular career field. It's just changing the titles. And also it kind of helps include that technical aspect, since we now have the radio tower and the maintenance and operation of that. And along with those, that changing the titles, there was a salary increase. Now I talked with Ms. Allen and I emailed breakdown of the spreadsheet showing that the only effect that it'll have on the 2021 budget is roughly $625, because what they've done, they had a long time empty slot up in their department that they couldn't get filled due to the starting salary, and nobody would come in and take that job. So they just took that and reallocated the funds for that to help cover the price increase of these three individuals. And I don't know how to put it on the thing. So, but it's in your email. and it's just basically included, you know, costing roughly $625. Miss Allen is available in, well, she may be available in the pool if anybody have any conversation. And really, I probably should have done this in two different phases, the titles and then the races. So I would make a recommendation now that they have the control of the radio tower and that technical aspect and the interactions that they have to do with different agencies surrounding our community, that it would only be fair. And there's also a recommendation from the consultant that we had a few years back with the compensation study. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't disagree in this. I disagree with the pay, but what I kind of disagree with, in talking to Deputy Administrator Sims, to try to see what his position was on this, because it made the agenda by coming by way of a commission to this request. And he said pretty much at this point, he didn't think it was appropriate. That's why he did not. So I would like to make a motion that we take, well, just from the title, send this back. We have a new administrator and allow him to vet this. And if he decides that this is appropriate to do it, I'm not even talking about the money. For me, for the state of where we are hassling about money right now, the raise is not even an option. But give it to the new administrator. I think is the appropriate person, because especially when one previous administrator said no, and then you drop it in the commission, I find it to be disrespectful to the administrators. And I don't think we want to do that moving forward. So just send it back to the administrator for just the changing of the names and things. If he wants to come back at some point in time and do that, I'm fine with it. But I think that's where it ought to go, especially when your previous administrator said, now is not the time. And to come to one of us, we're always saying that the administrator's job. I think this is a great time. He's on the scene today. And I think we ought to give him an opportunity to look at this. But I'm not talking about the money for sure at this particular time. So I make a motion to send it back to the administrator and let him look at it when he sees fit.
Second.
Got a second from District 10. Commissioner Sykes. Give me just a second, Commissioner Dennis Williams. Well, we'll come back to you. Commissioner Sammy Sykes, I'm sorry.
I believe you skipped me first.
No, I wasn't.
But anyway, I don't necessarily disagree with Commissioner Hassan. But one thing, I have two comments and a substitute motion. If we're going to say we're going to let the administrative folks do their job, then I hope that we apply all aspects of everything to that and not cherry picking things that we often do. So, but as far as it not being any money, I don't support the raises, but the discussion of it either. But I make a substitute motion that we approve A, B, and C, only the titles.
Okay.
That's my substitute motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, got a second from Commissioner Dennis Williams. Next up, you done, Commissioner Sykes?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Marion Williams, then Commissioner Dennis Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I've got some issues. I got some heartburn with changing the name to the chief now. We was on the fire department, we was in the sheriff department. We had lieutenants and chief. Now none of these other name changes is ranking officer. But when you say chief, now I don't know who come up with the chief information technology name. I don't think Ms. Allen probably come up with that. Somebody else probably. I don't think she would be that bold to put it on herself. But if you're gonna have lieutenants and captains and IT, I can see her being the chief. Now, corporate sponsor may do this, but in the government, you ain't gonna have no chief technology information person there. I mean, so I guess everybody's she's gonna be that director, that not necessarily her, but whoever the director will be the chief. Everybody else will be just peon under the chief. No, that don't make good sense to me. So I got some issue with that. I want to know, did the HR come up with this name? I need to hear from HR. Did they come up with this name and this raises at this particular time of budget season? Can you get HR to answer that, please, ma'am? Please, sir.
I'm trying to see if they are in the queue or not. And I do not see HR in the queue.
Well, it's after 6 o'clock. Lucky to see us.
All right, we'll come back and see if we can get HR. Commissioner Williams, we'll come back to that. But is there any other?
I got something.
I need. Can I have an administrator then? I mean, somebody get. I mean, how did this get here? I know the commission put it on the agenda, but we had said there wouldn't be any increases at all. Now it's coming through another way.
Okay, Mr. Donald.
You know what?
Can you speak to this, Mr.
Mayor Pro Tem, were you addressing me?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your inquiry?
Can you speak to Commissioner Marion Williams' question about how it got here, or if there's anything?
So I know that in speaking with both the deputy administrators and human resources, we'll be discussing, raises and things of that nature in the future. I know that I'll tell you, I'll speak broadly because most personnel items, I'm used to those being taken or spoken to in executive session. So I don't want to go deep into it, but I think that the posture of the administration is that those things should be done holistically, and they have not yet been brought forth to the commission because they've not holistically been evaluated.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dennis Williams, back to you, sir.
He's muted, sir.
Dennis, take off your mute, man.
You already so much saying, you don't. I'm glad.
You better be glad I ain't near you. But there was no intent of being disrespectful to our new administrator. I got the information and I put it in, and I did some counseling, some discussion regarding it, and it felt that it was in order. And also, we could laugh all night. Also, it had gone through HR, Mrs.
Rucker.
Chief. She had looked at it. Now, Miss Allen is in the pool or whatever we call it, and we could bring her in, and I'm sure she can explain it a lot better than me, know. But I'll go along with the motion to approve item A, B, and C, and then we'll carry the others on till next time. But there was no disrespect intended to the past administrator or the current administrator. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Garrett, close us out, then we're going to vote.
Thank you. Well, I was going to follow up with what Commissioner Williams just stated. I think it would be pertinent to hear from Tamika Allen.
I think as the administrator mentioned, typically these agenda items are handled in legal executive session. And I think we've had a lot of good discussion about it. I think we know where we are. I think we've got two good motions. I think the gentleman that put the agenda item on here is kind of content where we are today. So I think, Ms. Barner, let's go ahead and vote this up or down.
No.
Substitute motion.
Our substitute motion is to approve title changes A, B, and C. Substitute motion.
It would be all right either.
Mr. Sias, Mr. Dennis Williams. Mr. Clark.
No.
Ms. Davis. Mr. Fenoy. Mr. Frenham.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Son.
No.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
He is gone.
Mr. Dennis Williams. Mr. Dennis.
Yes, ma'am. I don't see why it's so funny that when, never mind, let me go ahead.
Mr. Marion Williams.
About that, whoop your ass.
Hey, come on now. Commissioner Marion Williams.
Mr. Marion
That was funny.
No.
That motion fails with Mr. Clark, Mr. Franum, Mr. Hassan, and Mr. Marion Williams voting no. Out, Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Bobby Williams.
All right, back to the original motion, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir. The original motion is to refer this matter to the administrator. Mr. Hassan and Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Well, restate the motion, please.
to refer the matter to the administrator.
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
I don't know. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bobby Williams. Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No, ma'am.
That motion carries with, wait a minute.
It carried.
It carries with Mr. Marion Williams voting
Can you
no.
stay in your lane, please?
Well,
You said that was my lane, remember?
Well, Ms. Bonner was here now, so.
Yeah,
Wrap it up.
everybody. Oh, okay. That motion carries with Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy, and Mr. Bobby Williams out, Mr. Marion Williams voting no.
All right, Ms. Bonner, next agenda item, please.
That would be item number 29, I believe. Motion
Yes, ma'am.
to approve award of RFP, rear mount aerial platform truck for Augusta Fire Department.
Okay. Thank
Is that 1 million? I'm not used to those kind of numbers.
Yes, ma'am. 1,203,380.
$380. Okay, shoe shopping money.
Commissioner Marion Williams.
Now, that was Mr. Clark. That was Commissioner
Yeah.
Oh,
Clark.
is that Commissioner Clark? I'm sorry.
Yes, I just had 2 or 3 questions on this.
Okay. Bring in the chief or?
I think he could answer these, yes. He'd be the
Okay.
best, yes.
Okay. Chief James, is he coming in? Yep, here he comes. Chief James, you there, sir?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, great. Commissioner Clark.
Hi, Chief, how you doing?
Hey, Commissioner, how are you?
All right. I just had about 3 questions here. How many of the remount aerial trucks do we have, ladder trucks do we have right now?
We have 2. We have, out of all of our aerial ladders, we have this particular type of truck. You have some that are what we call straight sticks. They don't have a bucket on the end of it. It's just a straight ladder.
Uh-huh.
And out of the ones that have buckets on it, we have 2. One of those is a 2010, and one of them is a 1999, which is a reserve apparatus.
Okay, where are these stationed at?
The 2010 model is stationed on Richmond Hill Road with our urban search and rescue team. And the 1999 is a reserve apparatus.
Okay. Where would this new one be stationed at?
This new one would be stationed on Richmond Hill Road. The apparatus at Richmond Hill Road, being 10 plus years at this particular time, would move to the reserve status.
Okay, just for clarification, real quick. Wouldn't we need a ladder truck stationed downtown in the downtown corridor?
Yes, sir. We have a ladder station stationed at Station 2, the new station that we just built. And it's a ladder truck station right at that location at Telfair Street and 9th Street.
Okay. So this in essence will replace an active truck and place it in reserve.
Yes, sir.
And so we'll have 2 in reserve then, or are we going to get rid of 1?
And that would give us 4 aerial ladders in reserve. We've had 4 aerial ladders in reserve. One of the aerial ladders was traded in because the ladder had showed some damage and some rust on it. And so we traded that in on one of our previous purchase. And that ladder was sold by Pierce after we traded in one of the other ones for the newer vehicles that we purchased before.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, in regards to the answers to these questions, I make a motion that we approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. We have a couple of colleagues. Commissioner Sias, did you have further, or we just make the motion?
Good, we're making the second. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Marion Williams.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions about the air ladder. Chief, the new ladder truck, you're talking about $1 million, 203,38.
Yes, sir.
What's the extent of the air ladder? I mean, how long is it?
It's a 100-foot aerial ladder.
100-foot air ladder.
Yes.
All our ladders we got now is 100 foot. Is that right?
At least 100 foot. Some of the ladders some of them are 105 foot, but all of them are at least 100 foot. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have we got any shorter ladders? I mean, air ladders because where you talking about station is at South Augusta, and we know the fire truck can roll downtown, they can roll out of town. I get all that. So my colleagues might want to tell me about fire prevention and apparatus, but they can't tell me nothing at all about the fire equipment or nothing else. So I don't want to hear that. So I'm asking you, do we have anything less than 100 foot that we can place at Lumpkin Road versus putting a 100-foot air ladder? We got nothing 100-foot air ladder can. I mean, it's going to be too much ladder for everything out that way. Downtown, maybe, yeah, but out that way, do we have any other truck less than 100 foot? Air ladder for 50, 75, 80, 20. I don't know. Is there you do not have anything less than 100 foot. Everything will be 100 foot or better.
The 100-foot, Commissioner, as you would know, it's the maximum extent of those ladders. So
right.
it gives you the versatility to where if you only need 75 or 50 feet, that's all you have to raise it to. But if you need it to go to 100 feet, then you have that ability to go there as well.
Well, and that's a math deduction. Thank you, Chief, for the math class. I get that. But I'm saying, and where we're talking about in Augusta now, not nowhere else, we don't have the capacity to go that high. We would need the air ladder in that area, unless we build something that's different. Now, maybe you know what something else is. I know we got the Marvin Griffin Road out there where the old plant was, that something else is there now, textile something on 56. But I'm talking about where we would need those type of equipment at. I just think that we got a 99 in reserve. We got a 2010 that's still working. We got 2 more. You say we got 4 in reserve. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Right now we have 3 reserve apparatus. Once we purchase this apparatus, which will take a year to construct, then we will have 4 apparatus in reserve. And the 1999 shortly thereafter will be probably ready to decommission.
Well, I just think we're spending some money, Chief, that we might need to hold on for something else, in my opinion. We got 2 or 3 in reserve, and they're still working good. I'm sure you got men training with them every week, so you'll know it ain't like you use them and say, well, dog, this ain't nothing broke. We maintain the service on them. You got your own crews now. I know you remember, and I don't want to get into history, but the old air ladder we had on Broad Street didn't have power steering, didn't even have a a cover over it. You had to sit in the weather. So we may do with better equipment at one point because we maintain our equipment. So those are my questions. I'm through. I just want to.
Okay. Commissioner Sias, did you want to speak?
I'm good.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, we got a motion and a second from Commissioner Clark and then second by Commissioner Sias. Can we go ahead and vote, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
He's out.
out. Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams. He's out. Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Present.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Bobby Williams out, Commissioner Marion Williams voting present.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Bonner, agenda item number 30, please.
Item 30 is a motion to approve $10 million funding from SPLOST for the redesign of the entranceway of the Gracewood State School property for the proposed State of Georgia CSRA Veterans Cemetery to include, but not limited to, traffic signs, lights, utilities, etc.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis Williams, please.
Okay. I've spoke to some of our commissioners about this. This is in conjunction with the Veterans Cemetery for Augusta. And what it is that we met with the governor last week, and we're waiting on a reply that we should have back in January, I believe, if the state is going to fund the construction of the cemetery. But they wanted the local government to look out to have some input in it. And we're looking at changing the entrance way to the out there at Gracewood, where the cemetery is. And then we need a little bit of funding for that in redirecting traffic and also other little things that's unexpected that the state won't cover. So we want to kind of set aside that to make sure we have that money available. And I'm not absolutely sure where we can, if we can get it out of some unused Splash 7 or put it on Splash 8. And it may be that we may not need the $10 million. It just depends on what the state won't pay for during the construction. And we won't know that until the construction time.
Okay, so you basically didn't have a preference. You're wanting to see whether we had unused funds versus putting it straight on SPLOST State. That was my question to you.
Right, yeah.
I got you. All right. Commissioner Marion Williams, and actually, I think we don't have a quorum anymore here.
Well, we probably don't, Mayor Pro Tem, but let me state this. I'm in favor of the Veteran Cemetery for sure. But to take $10 million out of the unused SPLOST or put on the additional SPLOST, we got some more things that could be done versus putting $10 million. Now I can understand getting some money from SPLOST, but $10 million, I'm not going to designate. I'm not going to sit here and support $10 million talking about going to use it to gateways and coming in. I think we need to see what the state's going to do, what the governor's going to come up with any money. And then we need to assist for sure. But I got an issue with $10 million. I remember when the guy came and talked to us about another event we wanted to do in Augusta that would draw money in. And my colleagues want to know how long you've been in business and what he had and all this other stuff. But now we want to take $10 million and just throw it up like it's nothing. I can't support that.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Bonner, we did lose our quorum, so I'll let Dennis Williams Commissioner Dennis Williams have the last word, and then do you want to say anything further, sir?
Well, what I was going to say is the $10 million is a rough estimate, and not knowing exactly how much it would cost to redirect the traffic and to change the entrance, we want to make sure we had enough. Now, the whole project, the cemetery project, is beneficial, well worth $10 million over the number of veterans that you have. Because if you're a veteran and get buried out at a veteran-owned cemetery, it saves your family so much money in burying you, because there's a lot of benefits in that. And $10 million, we talk about it's a whole lot of money, but we've done a whole lot of dumb things with $10 million. This is something constructive and beneficial for the whole community and even our surrounding communities. And it's not saying that we will use the whole 10 million. It says that's a rough estimate of what we may need, and that'll be a good amount on hand to help us get the project approved through the state, because the state has to approve it, then it goes through the VA. And as long as the local government is in support of it, we go get the support from the state and the VA.
Do you think that because obviously this meeting is going to be adjourning here shortly, do you think by the 1st that you'll have any other further updates, like in information?
It says my last email said January, give me 1 second.
But do you think you'll know anything more by our next meeting, like for this agenda item?
December, not too much more, but I'll find out something. And matter of fact, I'll write up a little white paper so everybody will see what's going on and how it's moving along.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you. All right, Ms. Bonner, it looks like we're adjourning. I guess we'll pick back this up.
All right. Good evening. Well, we'll move the others on.
Okay.
First. Okay.
All right. Thank you,
Good
Administrator
night.
Donald. Thank you, Tim.
Ms. Bonner?
Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.
I apologize. You too,
Thank you
Mr.
all.
Pepper.
Yes,
I
sir.
said a bad word, but my feathers were being ruffled.
Apology accepted. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
All right.
Commissioner Dennis Williams,
Yes, sir.
well, what are you going to say to me?
Oh, yeah.